Oh, hello chat. How's it going? Okay, here we go. Welcome to the stream. He's a little dog trying to steal my shoe. God damn it, Melon. Ah. Okay. I'm doing fine, guys. I'm gonna do a bit more Barb, and then we're gonna later also start a Crusader. Because I'm trying to gear LOD Barb, so it might not be a bad idea to also farm a bit of gear on the Crusader. I'll be added. Let's go. Monk, waiting room. Yeah, maybe we're gonna go for the 7 out of 7 after all, guys. Okay. This is insane at the moment. Now imagine how insane it is when there's a season thing that actually does something. Like here. Man, what the fuck? Okay, holy shit. It was tangled in my headphone cables. Okay. I'm running Guardians of Vervent. Yes. Cable chaos. I thought that is just like my headphone cable, you know. I have a standing desk right now, I'm standing. And, you know, it's like hanging here basically for my headphones. And then Merlin was trying to steal my shoe. And he got tangled. He's a little shoe thief. Between Rathma and Blood Nova, which one's better? Well, if you want to play Nova and you don't know Nova very well, you should play Dragul. Because it's tanky and easy, and you know, the power between Enquiries, Dragul and LD is relatively similar. But Dragul is like the easiest of them, and Enquiries is the hardest because it's the squishiest. And also it has like small AoE compared to the other two. How much seed did I get? Like 6 hours. You clear 110 soul in the first 5 hours. Nice. After the heavens is pretty good. I'll make a Crusader later. Actually, I was gonna farm a little bit here. Do I have blood shards? No, I don't. But it's fine, we have materials. We can just like set up a Crusader and start blasting, I guess. Empowered. What Barbles are doing well? Honestly, all of them besides IK, I would say. IK is basically just a shitty LOD for Barb. You're one-shotting everything on 110. Really? Like how fast do you do that 110? Yeah, you do get like a damage buff from the season theme giving you speed, which is kind of nice, I guess. Oh my god, where is the guy? 120, 110. Damn, that's pretty good actually. What am I in place of focus and restraint? I have Unity instead of Band of Might right now. And, I mean, it's T16, you don't go focus and restraint here, that's just for pushing. Surprising well to start. Yeah, Frenzy is very strong. Very good to farm with as well. It's very fun. I definitely have to play some Frenzy again at some point. But probably not this season. It's like a season where Frenzy kind of shines. Not really, right? There's like no season theme where Frenzy is suddenly like a lot better than usual, I guess. Tip how to play good C-Barb. Well, read the Maxwell guide on support Barb, and then read the Maxwell guide on pushing, and read the Maxwell guide on how monster crowd control works. And then you should also understand how the builds work that you support. So for example, you know, how does a Necro do damage? Which is usually based on, you know, COE rotations and Crispin. And you have to be the guy controlling the stuns for your Necro, for example. So you basically, you know, you have to like play around the COE rotation of your DPS player. Actually, do we still have the COE timer on Maxwell? I used to have that. I used to play with that. Let me see. Seems like we don't have it anymore. Yeah, that's the problem. So we used to have like a COE timer there where it's like, you know, every 4 seconds it rotates. So you can like sync it once at the start of the game, and then it will just show you on the second screen like the COE rotation of your DPS player. So we don't have that anymore, turns out. But yeah, that is something. I mean, you can also do it in other ways. You can do it for metronome or something. With a 12 seconds rotation, for example. Just need to sync it once. Oh, it only happens if you forget full mind. Challenges reset. Ah, true, you can do the challenges now, guys. If you use the cash. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. Aha. Dude, vacuum loot is so satisfying. Oh. This guy thinks he can escape. Gotta get set pieces fast. You had to see a second petrified screen because you used one. I mean, petrified screens are easy to get. Just farm some more GRs. They have a 5% drop rate, so it's not very uncommon. Sometimes I feel like, you know, when I don't get a Watsaki and proc, then my sprint and my ignore pain runs out because there's no monsters. I'm kinda slow. It's only fast when there's actually monsters to kill here all the time. So temple. Actually spawning too slow, I feel. I think I can watch and read for catch up since launch. I mean, I recommend just check the Maxwell guides, it's probably the easiest. We have a bunch of resource articles on all of the new activities and stuff. So you want to check out the pit, the Undercity, the lair boss system, and so on. Basically, just check your way through the getting started in the resource menu on Maxwell, and see a little bit what you can find. Okay, we log in on Friday, guys. Let's go. Let's see if we can do the 7 classes, 50 until then. But tomorrow I will have a very short stream. Actually, I probably have 2 streams tomorrow. Probably do like a short one in the morning and a short one in the evening. Something like that. Would be a fun goal to do 7 out of 7. I mean, the Necro only took me 5 hours. Crusader should also be fast. So if we do Barb, Zeta today, maybe get started on Wizard. Maybe finish the Wizard tomorrow morning, do the Monk in the evening. Stuff like that. Go Thomas. Mix us up. And this is really weird how the vision spawned like 5 screens away from me from the random tornado. Crazy that D3 has deeper gameplay than D4. I mean, it wasn't always that way. But yeah, D4 has kind of like devolved into a face roll fiesta that they need to unfuck a little bit. Hopefully they manage to do that. Oh, which sector love? No love. It's 1 in 400 chance when you kill something in adventure mode, Nerd Rager. You know, let's see some stuff for the new expansion, just tell us it's looking good. Well, I cannot tell you anything. But I am very excited for expansion 2. And I think it's gonna be pretty huge. Just a feeling. Ancients have a 1 in 10 chance and Primals have a 1 in 400 chance to drop. There's no specific way to change that. So I just need to farm a lot of loot, which is what I'm doing right now. Visions. Or like very fast GRs is also good. GR90 is the loot cap, so 90s as fast as you can. It's pretty good, especially if you want to target a little bit with Gamble. Isn't testing early birds ruin the fun a little? I'm not testing anything. But I mean, you know, in general, yeah, I would prefer if, you know, in the gaming world there were no, you know, early access, beta tests, and whatever, you know, the game just launches, you know, there's no PTR, there's no closed beta, whatever, you know, it just comes out, and then we start blasting. Like, this would be ideal for me. This would be a lot of fun. And also I excel the most in these kind of situations, right? Like when everything is new, everything is unknown, you know, this is exactly where I shine, right? But yeah, it's not how it works, so. Hi, Chronix. And I mean, you know, when it comes to, let's say, I don't know, early access, you know, default beta or whatever, right? I mean, I'm obviously in touch with the devs and, you know, for example, before the game came out or whatever, right? I played a bit already and whatever. And I give feedback as well, right? And I have like a lot of feedback to give to the devs, and sometimes they even listen. So if I have the option to help improve the game and make it more fun for, you know, millions of people, then I think that's worth more than my personal enjoyment of playing an unknown game when it comes out, compared to knowing stuff in advance and, you know, spoiling the exploration a bit or something. I think I can live with that, and I'd rather, you know, help them make a good game. Yeah, you can also go to GR100, it's not a really huge difference. If you can farm that just as fast, then do that. I would put Frenzy on left click and use shift left click for the most part. You can also right click, I guess. Ah, it's the second Ender Walker I salvage. Feels bad. Chronix, how's it going, by the way? Do you ever get bored of the grind? Yes. But then there's another grind. And then there's a new grind of the same thing. And so the cycle repeats. There's only so many visions I can stomach per season. So we are extremely shortcutting our grind here already. Like on the DH I did like, I don't know, 15 hours of visions. On the Necro I did like 2. So it is what it is. Alright, good luck, Chronix. Little beef drama going on with a few PoE2 content creators about builds, lol, calling each other out about bad or misleading builds. Yeah, I mean, you know, some people just tend to put out not good content, knowingly or unknowingly. It's just how it is, and in the PoE community, the critics are much more loud and harsh than, for example, in D4, right? Like in D4, we have also people doing shit builds and shit content, and you know, people are just not really bothering to to try to correct that or something. But in PoE, they really care. And I mean, to be fair, it matters more in the PoE as well, because you can do a lot more things wrong, and you can have a much more miserable time very easily. Because having a good build just has a bigger impact on your overall, like, you know, efficiency and economy and all that stuff, right? Like in D4, like nothing of that really matters. You can make, you know, massive mistakes in your build or in your gameplay, and you know, still get away just fine. So it's like also like harder to notice for people if, you know, a build is bad or something, I guess. Necro is the third right now, Sunlife. You cast 3 spirits, get a nice Pen Enhancer snapshot if you use Pen Enhancer. So you want to cast the spirits while standing in the middle of the pool for the Pen Enhancer stacks. Then you explode them until you get an Oculus ring, or you press potion and get a purple ring. And then you stand in those and let them accumulate, and then they go kaboom. Oda, 13%. Middles of the Breaker there, okay. We need some boots that have Hoda, so this is probably what we want here. Most people hate the fact that PoE2 is way slower than PoE1. Yeah, I wouldn't really say most people, considering how incredibly successful player retention has been on PoE2 since launch. I mean, okay, it's going down now and stuff, but, you know, we are 8 months in, so kind of expected. I think PoE2 has been doing a really good job with combat and, you know, combat design and stuff. Dude, I'm fucking dying to the fucking necrosis. I don't have a potion because I pressed it in town. Very cool. You enjoy visions more than speed yards? Yeah, I don't really enjoy the vision grind that much. It's like alright for a little bit each season, but yeah, at this point I'm getting kind of fed up. But at least you kind of go around, and like if it wasn't always like the same like 5 zones and repeat, you know, it would be nice if there was something like Nephilim Valor in the game still, where, you know, you want to stay in the same game longer and like farm more of the zones or something like that. Like I really loved the Nephilim Valor mechanic back in the day. That was a good mechanic, I think. I can have 15 flaws in vision. Should probably put the stuff here and then put this under the Asia or something. Gonna do a Crusader. Then maybe get some more LOD gear there. Physical, huh? Let's see das hier, I suppose. But we might wanna do this though. And they probably go Guardian, right? But they go Guardian Bracer here. Or do we? We need like the Fist of the Heavens belt. So he has Gold Wrap and Vigilante. And what's that again? Gold Wrap is kinda comfy. And a Pandemonium Loop and a Riches Ring. I think I was gonna try this with Guardian though. So Guardian, Helm, Belt, what's like Bracer, Cube Vigilante, go Darklight. We have the shields. So let's put this here. Did I have good primal RNG so far? Somewhat good, I would say. I made a primal Crispin, second try. With 3-4, that was cool. I got a Yanks, which is nice. I got a COE. Yeah, some pretty good pieces because they're also like at least the COE is like useful for various builds and stuff. Should a build always be a boss killing build in D4? I mean, boss killing is the only thing that can, you know, be an obstacle basically, right? Both for progression and like, you know, T4 and dungeons all have a boss, and, you know, Pit always has a boss. So boss killing is really the only thing that matters in D4. But, you know, that being said, you don't kill bosses a lot most of the time. So it's not like the only thing you want to optimize around. If anything, you should, like, you know, make some kind of like boss version or something like that. Or like, you know, the T4 net bosses. Int, Dex. Well. I mean, you can do the Zodiac, I suppose. I already have one on the Barb. Did I not put it in the stash? I did. Where'd it go? There's some insane boots here. All the boots. Which is funny because they're hard to get. Because the double legendary gamble is bugged for boots. I got all the boots here. Okay. Oops. The 1.6 billion toughness. Very nice. Now it's 150 million. Oh wait, do you not actually need a target to charge? Oh, you do. Okay. Fuck. Okay, so the same. Is there like anything to put here? Not really. It's the Pride's Fall, I guess. Queuing, let's go. Hmm?
Can I tell you for a bit?
1 sec. Okay, we're back. Actually, let's see the vision. Maybe we can get some loot here. Do we have the damage? Looks fine. How much damage is the Fizzle? I haven't set it. It's like 20k, right? And LD is 10k. So I can probably get away with LD for a little bit. Just get Dark Light and a belt. That's probably okay. Not a single legendary. Great. Binary. Okay. Sounds like a great vision, noobs. Here we go. Dark Light. That was easy. Hi, Filmic. It's 4 AM in LA. Are you still up or you just got up? No, Sandra's lucky here. Guess that's Court of Righteousness. What's my toughness? 200 million standing here. It's not the worst. We don't go for area damage, do we? I will not run the set on Akan. I think just put Kuda on. How much damage is it? 200%. Have a good night, Fennec. I'll probably go for the ancient one, Sauron. Since you have Taeguk, that dilutes the value a lot of the additive damage on the pants. But it's probably still better. If you put an augment on it, it's probably better. Should I just try T16 and see if I can kill shit? Might be a bit too much, but we'll see. Beijing, why do you think Beijing? That's very random, James. I have been to Beijing actually, but that was like 15 years ago. But for a student exchange. I'm not actually generating resources if I don't level, right? So we kind of need like a generator. I probably also want to go with this. Do you want Lord Commander? Maybe. I have 5,000 strength, man. 3,000 dex, 5,000 int. Beautiful, man. This is a perfect setup. Okay, let's see if I can kill shit. Also, let's equip the Templar. That's a good unity, actually. Did we have one here? Can't really do Guardians yet. Mainly Dragon Islands, I could the follower. Yep. It kinda works actually. But it's a bit slow. I should try to get the two-handed flail. Change the genuine weapon, but what about the XPs? Okay, how many ashes? Good enough. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this, I guess. Yeah, we probably have to keep that here. But at least I have the cooldown reset now. Endurance is fine. The flash. I can keep this as a backup. But it should be... what exactly, actually? There's not really anything to put. That's the last skill anyway, so... Wait, 5016? Wait, do I have to stay on the horse? Did I keep the thing? We have Dark Knight and cast it. Somehow my damage feels weaker than before. Okay. 200% when it ends. Wait, where's the autocast? I have the wrong kind of belt. They made this a double belt build. I just realized I don't think I've ever played a horse since they made a belt. No gold wrap, I suppose. What's up with these gold wraps and life region? This thing has cooldown on it, that's kinda nice. So we have to stay on the horse, right? There's no like delay. Damage is still not good enough though. I can kill the small shit. But that's it. Oh yeah, wait, I don't have LOD. Because I have the... okay, this is why. We don't have the multi. Because we have the set now, so we have to break that set again. So we should be fine now. Okay. That seems fine. Yeah, 400 million toughness and the unity, so we're actually kind of chilling as well. And I don't need a generator on my bar since we actually never spend anything. The boss is a bit tanky though. It's kinda nice how the season thing gives you movement speed, so you actually deal more damage. 200 stacks is 10% speed, so this build profits a tiny bit more than other builds. I think I should do T15 for now. So we have the radar set. I'll just craft some pieces. Yeah, if we like turbo one-shot everything at some point with the set, it's gonna be fine. I wonder if we're gonna feel this tanky when we go with set. Right now, if Aquila and LOD and instant archers, it's kinda nice actually. Gonna be squishier for sure. to check the condemn guide real quick. What we need there. We want the Phalanx shield. And I guess the Blade of Prophecy. And I guess we go Guardian? Can we go Guardian? Is there any reason to ever attack? No, right? Should never attack. It's kinda awful. It also means we don't need Zodiac. Kinda cool you can stay on a horse while they kill stuff around you. Needs to pee. Damn. I was thinking about doing the roll on 150. Kind of tempting. Even 300 sphere. Okay, so if you go Guardian, and we need double belt. I mean, we don't really need castles necessarily. It's 170% more damage though, it's kind of a lot. But I can do Guardian Brace, but then we don't have Heartseeker. We kind of want Heartseeker on guards, I guess. But I also want to make sure that I one-shot everything. So I think for now we're weak. We need to go to Guardian and double belt and no Heartseeker on guards. Go, Teddy. See if we can get a few pieces here. If we get a boss map now, it's gonna be kinda bad though. They're gonna be super tanky. Could do Rapid Lightning to go faster. Does it proc on the auto Fist of the Heavens? Good question actually. But it would be very immersive. Actually we can change our law as well to Wings of Angels again. The current season theme is stronger than Soul Shards or Ethereals. Soul Shards you can argue, but Ethereals, like the current one, is definitely stronger. Ethereals gives you like a bunch of raw power, somewhere in the range of like 4 to 8 tiers per build, and that's it. Which you're gonna feel more in like farming especially. But yeah, in pushing, like the Pandemonium theme is probably the strongest out there actually, even better than Soul Shards. Soul Shards is a lot more raw power than Ethereals. And has a Ring of Fire though, which is kind of similar to the Pandemonium, I guess. But it's probably the easiest this season for most builds to do 150 compared to even soul shards. Even though soul shards is extreme. That's LOD. Or it could be running Lon because Zodiac does nothing. Unity barely does anything. So I could get a Zaze here. Or running Lon, but I didn't save any Lon rings. Also, actually we mostly have Ancients equipped, so I guess Lon will be okay. Besides my amulet and my belt. But I guess even with 2 missing items, it's probably not really worth it, since Lon gives you nothing on non-ancients, where LOD gives you half. If Lon was also made so that it gives you half benefit on non-ancients, that would be kind of useful. A casual player like me can do 150 this season, is using the season theme simple enough. I mean, you can make a lot of mistakes and still get away with it as a Nova Necro. I mean, I cleared a 6-minute 150 with what is basically a maybe 1k character. 1k Paragon. So... Okay, so this was bosses and last floor. It was actually okay. Physical and int here, amazing. We can fix that. Holy dude. Okay. That is a really nice Witcher swing. Only 2.7 fear though. For Templar. I don't really use it anymore, that belt, but I'll potentially run it. I'm on the cooldown. We have a cooldown. We have this. I'm not sure if I go for cooldown though. Probably not for the Barb. Maybe gonna do the Barb before the Crusader. But I could roll the cooldown now and roll back to area if you want. Or just do this and hope for the best. Force stop works with the pony. Wait, how? How do you force stop with the pony? Shit, we have double COE, right? I don't have anything to put right now. There's literally no ring. Justice Lantern, let's go. Didn't get a single Vader piece yet. Yeah, Ass of Joanne, let's go. Yeah, I don't know, what should I put? Star of Askarand. If I find one, I'm gonna put it there. Here's one Vader piece. I'm gonna wait until I get like 2 free, and then I guess we do the swap at some point. I already know where the portal spawn. You kill monsters, and when it appears, it will tell you. That's how you know. Words in cube and very different amulets. I mean, I just talked about Star of Askarand, but you would actually cube the star and not the squirts, because squirts can have better stats than a star. Also, who the hell keeps a good Star of Askarand anyway? So, but fire immunity is nice because there's a lot of molten explosions in visions all the time. Actually surprised that, you know, this build is so scuffed. LOD, and I'm still just like cruising at 6,000 strength. And almost everything is one tap. Just the bosses live a little bit in the visions. Do you have high expectations for the expansion? Yes, I do. I mean, the stakes are high, you know. PoE 2 is launching next year, most likely. In general, like, PoE is like on an upwards trend. Even PoE 1 looks like the leak and the update is huge, and that's gonna carry PoE 1 for a while. So yeah, they have serious competition now, and the last Epoch is also in a really good spot right now. So the next expansion has to be big. And I mean, I think it will be. You know, if they make like, you know, another loot overhaul, another crafting overhaul, the skill tree overhaul is coming, and so on. So there's gonna be a lot of good stuff in the expansion. And Paladin. I mean, a Paladin is not gonna save Diablo 4, but it's gonna be, you know, a good selling point at least for the expansion. But you know, the new class is like in terms of like the overall game perspective and the game health and so on, the new class is pretty irrelevant, no matter what they do or if they even don't make one. It's mostly just a selling point for the expansion, which obviously is also important. But you know, they have a lot of fixing to do with like how the game works, and that is what's gonna save the game. New class is not gonna save the game. Maybe a Veiled Crystal Overhauling expansion. I don't know. Okay, AoV, 3 pieces, that seems kinda nice. I guess we go for Veiler now. And so what exactly you expect from Veiled Crystals? What's the season theme? That's answered and a reply to your previous message. Okay, we got what? Boots, helm, and pants. But I don't want the helm. Up. Okay. Okay. Do I just not go Guardian, maybe? Just keep what's I can, go double. I'm gonna be fucking squished though. I'm gonna be really squished. So I kinda like the idea of Guardian. Can this thing proc AI damage? Diablo 5 in 2030. That's pretty early. I don't think it's gonna happen that early. Funny, this is not a new transmog. Angel. Well. Anything else? 100 mil, oof. We need both belts. Or do we? Okay, now we have 19k strength, literally triple. Still have the unity. We get 50% DR. Get some cooldown. one cooldown over the others, I guess. Actually, Vigilante build shoots as often as my attack speed, right? Yeah. These shoulders are kinda nuts. 8 cooldown. Great. I mean, we don't spend resource, and we don't like both of these stats are actually worthless. Let's just get cooldown and go. One cooldown attack speed, I guess. Maybe go attack speed instead to make this a bit less clunky. Okay, it's a new game. Hi, Arkabad. You found the most consistent place to get visions is the cow level. Oh, that's actually correct. Unfortunately, cow sticks are pretty rare. Like this Giga slow attack speed now, man. We actually want more attack speed. Can I get like attack speed on my glove? We want attack speed, cooldown, crit chance, I guess that would be okay. If I get a glove like that. And then attack speed unity. I think I have an attack speed unity actually. I'm not sure about the COE here. There's no other places for attack speed, I guess. We also have an LD gem right now, very cool. We could try Gogok. I don't think we need damage. This looks fine here. Yeah, the attack speed is very slow. This needs to improve. Nice, how did it go, Nikon? I wanna see if that stacks. Here. Semi attack speed. It's gonna be more important, I think. We will be one-tapping everything anyway. Any sockets before I run out of gems? Nope. He died and season was over. Interesting. That's a very interesting way to end the season. I mean, here's another one. And this one is rollable. Let's just take that, I guess. Get some attack speeds. Make a new weapon, maybe. If I feel like I want the cooldown really badly, I'll do a new weapon. You probably should. We have 350 ashes, that's pretty fine. Actually, do I want cooldown over attack speed? I think I want attack speed mostly. Now we have 1.5. With Go-Go should be something like 1.7 or something. Let's see. And Go-Go does stack, nice. Because I have too much movement speed, you don't actually like kill everything, even with the Divine Well rune. Because if I go at this speed, it just doesn't hit everything. So attack speed is important. This feels nice. We have 50 primals. I did not. Every primal you salvage is 55 ashes. Not one. And every primal you make costs 100. And I've made many. So realistically, I don't know. About like 25 or 30 primals maybe. But my ashes are kinda low. I didn't salvage all of them and I made many. Try lighting gem for speed. Yeah, it's not powerful. We could actually. It also gives us a bit of damage. Arcan. Wait a minute, we need Arcan actually. And in fact, we need to roll condemn damage on it, right? Does it work? I think it does, right? Well, either way, we can roll percent life. Okay, we need to start saving Arcan. Let me check this. It's been a long time. Yeah, condemn. It says Orgild and Crimson. Can we play this with Guardian? We probably should be able to. Yeah, we can just do Guardian. That's fine. Cooldown, 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 cooldown. Full cooldown everywhere. Alright. And focus restraint. No vacuum. I kind of want vacuum though. He's running vacuum. No cooldown. No cooldown. Okay, no rings of cooldown. 6 minutes. No cooldown, no cooldown. Okay, we can probably get away with a bit less then. There's vacuum. Instead of the Iron Skin Monka. Okay. That. Too bad we don't run Gloss of Worship. kinda wanna keep the Unity though. This build is not very tanky. Although, 600 million. Wait, where's all the toughness coming from? It's with Iron Skin up and stuff though, right? And with profit, okay. 71,000 armor, by the way, okay. It's faster than chicken. Yeah, half the builds in the game are faster than chicken, to be fair. So, it's not a very good farming build, I think. It's just fun for people, but I don't consider it very fast. The pet is too slow to pick everything up in time, but most of the time it gets most of it at least. Hugo Arcane Amulet? Yes. Okay. I'm still tempted to keep a roll on stuff. Roll on 150 will be very fun. How to play Mundunugo? Well, it's the most complicated set in the game. So, hard to just explain it like that real quick. I mean, there's a lot of in-depth explanation about it in the Maxwell guide, so you should check that out. There's a lot of like timing and stuff that's involved. What you need to know is it has insane density scaling. If you consider the typical like area damage scaling, like, you know, triple that. And this is how Mundunugo feels. So your single target is nothing, your AoE is crazy. The more targets there are, the more damage you do. Other than that, I mean, you need to like let the phantasms accumulate and then go boom. And for that, usually you want to like make a large pull, stack them with the Bernardo or something, and then put the phantasms on top of them. Then you want to try to spawn Oculus Ring, stand in the Oculus Ring and let them accumulate, and then you go boom by recasting and repeat. So that's roughly how it works. Yes, Dagon's Lyra. Exclusive for Prime, by the way. Have I finished the altar? No. I chose not to take the auto globe pickup this season because I want to have control over the globes in a push. So I didn't get that and the double promise. Funny how little damage I do with my self-cast. Kinda sad, to be honest. I think I should have made it so that, you know, the auto-casts keep going a little bit when you're down from the horse, but you can also self-cast. Like, just on the horse, it's just kind of meh. Yes, deep. Hopefully. Foundation of the light. Wonderful. Is there any chance I'm not gonna run the steed set? I mean, this thing is a lot faster. I can do further. But there's no shield for it, right? No offense. There's like no generically useful shield or something. Maybe I should try to make like a GR viable setup out of this and then just farm some hard 5s or something. Going PvE1 soon. Yeah, I mean, on Thursday I'm gonna log in and, you know, check out some builds and do like a bit of practice run and stuff. But not before that. I'm gonna try to get the 7 classes done. 3 now. Barb slowly getting ready. We're doing the Seder now, so we might finish 2 classes, maybe start on a wizard later tonight. Today. So if you had 5 done and start on a wizard by the end of the day, that would be perfect. But tomorrow I will have 2 short streams, I guess. And yeah, I might do 1 more class in that time. And then we have Thursday, finish the last one, and then go PoE, I guess. Full vision. They paused the PoE1. It seems like they're adding a lot of stuff from PoE2 into PoE1, that's kinda nice. I got 10% damage at least, I guess. It's not cooldown. That's better than absolutely nothing. Does AoE Fist of the Helens? I don't know what they're referring to with Pyro, but hello. I wanted to try Rapid Lightning, right? more speed. Wait, do I have it leveled? I don't think I have it leveled. That's 0. Yeah, okay. Maybe just ignore it. Definitely way faster than a Barb, that's for sure. Kinda cracked. That's what I haven't spilled. Now it's really become a loot simulator. I'm using my standing desk right now, GR150. That's why. Cow stick. Do I want a mage fist? Probably not, but it's a good one. Chance Season 9 will be good after PDR. I mean, I liked Season 8, and Season 9 is gonna be a mildly improved version of that. So, if you didn't like Season 8, then Season 9 is gonna be kind of similar, and you probably don't like it much, I guess. But for me, I think it's gonna be fun. It's just that the change to the game is not really that massive, and I've already played a lot in Season 8. And okay, there's gonna be like, you know, some new builds and, you know, some new meta and these kind of things, and 9-manage and stuff. But also that, yeah, I'm probably gonna play it less in Season 8 just because waiting for bigger changes. Season 8 was a pretty big change to the game. Season 9 is not a very big one from there. Even though the game got a lot better in Season 8, I think. What did I like about Season 8? Well, mostly the progression changes and the difficulty changes, they helped a lot to, you know, bring stuff a little bit, you know, down to earth. And made just, like, the progression feel a lot more interesting than before. And in Season 9 they're gonna basically nerf stuff even more. Which is, you know, also leading to like an even longer progression now and stuff. So I think that's gonna be fine. They're also gonna make Spiritborn really good. So I'm excited to blast with Spiritborn, which I've already blasted a lot in Season 6, 7 and 8, but I like Spiritborn a lot, so. So I actually got the weapon and the shield, so that as well will probably be the shield to run if you wanted to run Dark Light. But what's the advantage? You can put Messerschmitt in the cube or some shit. I wonder if it's enough damage. It might have enough damage. I wanna see green sets in D4 somehow. I don't. I mean, there is definitely space for it to make like very special stuff. You know, if they make like builds on the level of Marauder, Demon Hunter, or something like that, I think it will make sense to introduce sets for these kind of things. But yeah, when people hear sets, they're gonna go ballistics. So realistically, they can't really introduce sets in D4, I think. Unless the game is like somehow in like a state where it makes sense. And they didn't put sets into the game for a good reason so far. But yeah. The other option would be to do like stuff like, you know, that's on the level of All Guild, Crimson and Guardian and these kind of things. Like 2-3 set pieces, focus on Restraint and these kind of things. And I mean, that would also make some sense, I suppose. Like, for example, if they bring back something like the Barber, let's say a non-bugged version of it, it would probably make sense to make this a set, because the effect itself is too strong for a single item, no matter how many downsides you give that item, I guess. Well, if you played 250 hours when the expansion came out, sounds like you kind of enjoyed it. And Season 9 is much improved on Season 6, I think. Yeah, the problem with like sets in D4 is that we have very few item slots. So making sets just like kind of doesn't really fit. They already have the issue that we have way too many uniques and mythics and all that stuff in like every single build. So, you know, sets is not really an upgrade or anything, right? Any kind of like special effect they want to make, they can just make as an item. They don't need to introduce like a new format for that, you know. And just like changing itemization is not really gonna help with anything, you know. The game has other problems to solve, and sets are not going in the right direction for that. So sets would be just kind of like wasted effort in the current landscape, I think. Because they don't actually really change anything about anything. It's just, okay, replace those 2 items or those 3 items with those other 3 items. And, you know, it's like the same shit as, you know, they make new aspects or they make new uniques every season. But nothing is really, like, fundamentally changing. So they have to first fix the game. And then they can maybe think about other things. But realistically, if they introduce, like, a set system or so, I guess it needs to not just be how sets usually function, I guess. Maybe it could be a bit similar to like how Season 2 Vampire Pacts worked, for example. You know, that's something that you do with your items. And then when you have like a certain combination of certain things on your stuff, then you unlock a new thing or whatever. So I think something like that would make a lot more sense than just like dropping a green item and, well, it's not a brown item, wow. Yeah, so this is realistically what I would expect from like you know, modern that system, let's say. Meteor shower. Certain aspects get a set bonus when used together. No, that's the opposite of what aspects should do. Aspects should be a lot more about like fun little things than just like numbers and stuff. And there should be a lot of like mixing and matching more than we have now. So I think step 1 for the expansion would be to take every single offensive aspect and delete them. And put all of the skill-specific stuff into the skill tree. And then kind of go from there. And I don't want like to see something like, okay, use those 3 aspects together and then you have like a set of aspects. I mean, that's kind of stupid, I think. That's exactly the opposite of what the system is about. You already have the problem that everything is like really cookie cutter currently. And it's gonna make it more cookie cutter. You need to make it less cookie cutter. That's built. It's AoE, Fist of the Heavens. It's even an entire guide with 5 variants or something. On max roll. I think unique items do make sense in D4. You know, they work differently from legendaries, and I think that's enough of a distinction. Like, when you decide to use an unique item, then you get a certain package, and you have to deal with it. It's just that a lot of unique items are too much power crept and too little, like, interesting. You know? Let's just try to make them viable by putting insane numbers on them. But they don't actually have like a lot of flavor sometimes. They're just like a big number. So I think I have to fix that. There needs to be more interesting problems to solve when you equip a unique. Like there's like partially that's the problem of, okay, many uniques don't have res and armor, so you have to, you know, try to find that elsewhere. So that's like a little thing. But you know, it's not enough. Like unique needs to like be transformative. Either for, you know, whatever skill it buffs, or just for your character as a whole. And many of them in D4 are not right now. That's a nice glove. Yeah, Indira's memory is, well, shitty design, but it's a good example of what I just meant. You know, this actually opens up some interesting stuff and makes the build feel different and stuff. It's just that they should have never made that item because Bone Spear was already fun and fine, and they made it less fun. So they just made like an OP item that you have to use now that makes the build less fun. So, great. But at least it does what I just explained. It just does it in a bad way. So... for pushing is Natalia, for farming it's God. Red money. Yeah, Scarlet's Kiss is a good example of an interesting item. But it shouldn't buff the damage. If anything, it should reduce the damage. It's also like, you know, good idea, but kind of bad execution. Not push state about Thorns. That's gonna be something reserved for the Soul Shard season. Which may be next season again. UE multi is what I played a lot as well. By far the most this season. Enjoy. It's very good. We're pushing another Bone Prison build in Season 9. In Season 9, nothing's really changing on the Necro though. So it's just like the same meta as before, right? It's just that, okay, now I have to scale the mages, but that's, you know, barely a change from the original minion builds anyway. And all the other stuff is the same, no? Perhaps a few bug fixes. Gando gear. Let's have fun. Shows how big the gap between sets is. Yeah, I mean, it would be easily fixed, but they don't alter the game anymore, unfortunately. But I mean, on the other hand, if you look at the gap between build power in Diablo 3 versus any other RPG out there, it's actually interesting how close everything is in Diablo 3. Like, it has like the smallest gap between builds in like raw numbers, let's say. Everything's OP, nothing is OP. I think when everything is OP, everything is OP. Because there's still a absolute level of difficulty in this game. It's not just about comparing. It's also, you know, if everything is OP and you one-shot everything with every build, well, the game is very easy. Phalanx shields. It's actually kind of nice. I might run this. We don't need a roll besides the phalanx damage, right? Yeah, I mean, I say the builds are close in D3 because, you know, the good builds have like double the damage of the bad builds or something, or maybe triple or quadruple. You know, like double or triple or quadruple, that's like the difference between like the best build and the second best build in Diablo 4 alone, you know, or something like that. And then, you know, let's say the top 5 builds, they're like 10 times more powerful than the top 10 builds. And the top 10 builds, they're like 10 times more powerful than the top 20 builds. So, you know, the gap between like the S tier builds and the D tier builds in D4 is like times 1,000 or something. Where in D3 it's like a times 5 or something like that, maybe like a times 10 perhaps. I mean, like, it's kind of similar in PoE as well, right? Like, PoE, like, the thing is, in PoE, you don't really notice it so much because there's no, like, leaderboards and there's no pushing and, you know, there's, like, not really a reason to make an insanely powerful build, right? Outside of, like, choosing maps and so on, but even there's, like, a certain, like, you know, relatively achievable, you know, level of power that many builds can do. And going beyond that doesn't help you in any way, but, you know, in D3, or in D4, it always helps you because you have infinite difficulty. Well, quote unquote infinite in D3, right? And like the difficulty in PoE, for example, is limited. So you just at some point reach that point where nothing matters anymore. And you can do it with many builds. But you never reach that point in D3 or in D4. So there will always be like this perceived gap between builds. Haven't seen me play Orianna yet. And I just cubed a Ganglu gear. Let's see. I'm very tempted to do the 150 push on Monk with Orianna, to be honest. But considering I have like 2 more days, if I want to finish all the classes, that's gonna be a bit tight. If I do some meme like Orianna. That is nice. Should probably put cooldown on it, to be honest. 998 vitality. Invoker bombardment. That's a nice restraint resource. If you finish on 50 on Yana, I will stay rank 1 whole season. Yeah, I don't even have to go that meme territory to get an easy rank 1 for the whole season. When was that? 32? 31? Yeah. Like I did this was the world first. And it just stayed there. Because I played Bone Spear and not Nova. But no one did Bone Spear. It's still okay, Diablo 3 in 2025. It is okay. I approve. I'll push Condemn later. I think in another season I'll do an LOD bombardment push when the soul shards come back, maybe. Bombardment is gonna be very strong then. We found like 150 of that, since I've actually never played LOD bombardment. I only played Arcan bombardment back in the day. Good luck, Nightland. My god. Just this floor alone was like a full inventory. Oh, nice, MJ Stone. Not that many monks this season, it seems. I guess people are playing something else since Monk was so insane in the Sanctified season. Dude, is Roland Sweep still played with a Furnace in hand? Actually, I wonder if this season I would do that, since we don't care about boss and elite damage at all. We probably wouldn't. But what else is there? Could we somehow run a Steed set? Probably not, right? If I need to denial shield. And golden flans. It's like any other weapon. Oh, both works. Ninja style. I did most of my clears of the angels on the boss. Because it kind of checks out relatively well to get 500 stacks by the end. With like a big boom at 400. Or then like finish with a Condi or something. In the case of Nova, you can also like min-max your stacks, because if you don't kill enemies yourself, but if your Necros kill them, you don't get stacks. So you can actually just farm progression and very easily get the procs whenever you want them. But yeah, you can do the boss kill with the 150 or with the 500. So it's up to you if you want to try to do the geyser setup. But for geysers, you need either ads on the boss and kill them, or you have to get like a Condi and click the Condi after the boss spawn and so on. So it's like, it's kind of tough to do the geyser kill. Angels is easier to do, but on the other hand, you know, you might get too many stacks or too few stacks depending on the monster types. And with like dropping stacks here and there, you might have a bit more control. Depends a bit on the run. Also, you just progress much easier through the rift if you drop your stacks and then repeat it a few times. Because you have the, you know, tornadoes to kill stuff, you have the geysers to kill stuff. You don't need like, you know, 100 kills in between your procs, and the 300 proc, for example, is relatively weak. So you need to sometimes kill a lot of shit, and some builds might just be too weak for that. So it's easier to just do like the 15 from 0, and then start chain reacting. I wanted to make a video on it actually, to like, explain all this stuff a bit more, with some examples. And you can watch my runs and just see it there. I've cleared like 150 a bunch of times now this season. Yeah, maybe for tomorrow I'm gonna like record a video or something. I still have the Necro 150 to release. And then maybe later the Crusader and the Barb or so, depending on how this goes, but I can like release that like a day or two later. I missed the set item, oh no. Yeah, Crusader is actually getting all these cow sticks. Maybe I run some of them. Or maybe I'll save them for a slower class. Although which class is gonna be slower than this? But I will still make. Good luck, Elevator. Just this one guy that spawns a portal somewhere. Yes, Rift Guardians. There we go. Let's go with Necklace actually. Don't want to rotate this guy. I mean, this far. Not a cow stack. I think I'm gonna start using them a bit. No, you wouldn't, Janus. That's why it's recommended to stop at 2.5k. And at 1k you don't even have the augments everywhere and stuff anyway. So the loss is even bigger if you swap away now. Okay, Blade of Prophecy. There we go. Cooldown strength. Seeing as physical res instead of. Okay, I think we're gonna take this. I think this would be such a minor upgrade to the game, to be honest, Incantation. I mean, leveling gems is already very fast and easy and the free. And these days you don't even really care about leveling augment gems anymore. You get petrified screens. Unless you play like many different builds. You never have issues, I guess. Like I have issues because I barely found GRs at all. I just found visions for the most part and we don't get augments. Because I just try to like turbo gear my characters. Don't like leveling gems that much. Then what do you farm? Not a streamer room. A new streamer room. It's the same room. I'm not done with Barb. I just decided it would be wise to farm on the Crusader first. Or the LOD loot share. Might get a couple items. I still wanna like preserve my mats as much as possible right now. I mean, I'm not in a rush to like, do the Barb right now or something, so that's fine. If I can finish Barb and Crusader today, I'm happy. Yes. I haven't decided on a bar push, but I'm thinking going Hoda. I think LOD with the Whirlwind plus Ground Stomp, it's gonna be a pretty solid combo. It's gonna have to deal with the fucking fear from Echoing Fury, but it is what it is, I guess. Never understood the point of doing bounties. Why are you doing it? I'm not doing bounties right now, I'm farming visions. But bounties, at least in the past, were very good to get both normal materials, and they were the only source of bounty materials. And they're the only source of bounty items. So I have to do a few of them to get the bounty items, like Rock, Loss of Worship, Everrise Band, Bride's Fall. And then you don't really do them much anymore. But in the past, before Visions existed, which is not that long, Visions were season 29, you found bounties so that you can reforge. So for example, if you play like a season, let's say you grind 300 hours, and then you want to do a final end of season push, you have like 50,000 Forgotten Souls that you can't do anything with if you don't farm bounties. So you had to do like bounty sessions, So in the past, you would do roughly 5 to 8% of your playtime in bounties. So in a 300-hour season, I would do like a 15 or 20-hour bounty session or so, for example, with the boys. And I would get like 5,000 bounty mats, and then I would reforge my stuff. And this is how that used to work. These days, you just get infinite amount of bounty mats from the visions. Thank you.
You don't look very impressed.
Why?
This is my best creation so far.
I'm sure. Hey. Seems very hot though, I'm gonna wait a bit. Look at my horse.
What?
Look at my horse. Horse is amazing.
Looks like the Crusader horse.
Really?
Ah, you play Crusader?
Really?
Yeah, I was confused with Diablo 4.
That's my mount. Yes.
Why can't we have one like this in before?
What? One that shoots lightning everywhere as well? The horse is amazing, but what does it taste like? I'm sure. Yeah. I just know you.
You bounties?
No, I'm just going visions right now.
You what?
I'm just farming visions.
What happened to the Barb?
I decided to go Crusader first and gear it as well, because I'm probably gonna push LOD Barb and I might find some items here.
So much for the left.
Yes. Well, I still push the Barb on a 50 first. I'm just like spending a few hours now on the Seder. Maybe we can find some stuff for the Barb, basically. There's like a few pieces that might be helpful. Thanks, Rodriguez, for the Prime.
She.
We actually have shields in this game, it's unbelievable. And they even used.
So bad.
Boom.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hashtag sponsored by Nini. Thank you. Banana Coke. Yes. Exactly. That's what the yellow color signifies on a drink. Minus 1.8% toughness without the auras. Interesting. Has physical. Honestly, life rating is only not terrible. So you don't really heal on this build. Thank you. No, Barb is not done yet. Do it later. I said Barb is not done yet. Cherry Coke. That sounds nice. There's also like Dr. Pepper that has like some cherry taste. That's really cool. But like this that barely exists anywhere. The only place I found Dr. Pepper was in Bulgaria at like one like hipster food outlet. But that was very nice. Beautiful vision. They spawn in and they see the goblin. How do you know what that tastes like, noobs? You cry. Yes, I don't think crying is a requirement for food to be spicy enough. So linked in the description is Necro, Witch Doctor, and Demon Hunter. In the opposite order. Take the door real quick. I did 10 bounties and didn't drop the Guardian set. I mean, if you still keep getting plants, then you probably don't have it. If you don't get plants after doing bounties, you have them all. In that case, you need to talk to the friendly blacksmith in a town near you. At Scissorin. Hello. I was like, okay, so I could maybe make that work. I'll let you know soon, says. Yeah, I need to wait for a reply. Okay. We have something interesting going on tomorrow, guys. Featuring Sis and a bunch of other Maxwell blasters. Gonna be fun. About coordination. Blasters. Yes. They're actually all blasters. Best way to get Primus is doing what I do right now. The best bounties to find better gear. If you're stuck on chapter 4, you want to complete chapter 4 as fast as possible. Bounties is not helpful with that. Outside of the, you know, complete every act once kind of requirement. So I don't know what you're playing, but you should either use the 4-piece set that you already have. Maybe try to get some kind of multiplier. For example, by upgrading rare a certain, like maybe like a weapon type for your class. That likely gives you something. Or just farm like visions on like an easy difficulty, like a, you know, not hard master, whatever you can do easily. Try to get an item, and then do the GR20. Yeah, there's also the guide for Hades Gift GR20 set up on Maxwell. So I have a version for every single class, for every single Hades Gift rotation, where when you have only the 4-piece bonus, you can complete the GR20. On Demon Hunter, if you don't have anything, the easiest is to upgrade rare at Dagger. Because you will get a guaranteed good weapon, and then you have no problem. So you can try to farm your way to 25 DBs, either in Rifts or in Visions. What Necro tech I'm talking about here? Ah, I'm just stolen, okay. You tried no cash, no Necro, no Hadrix on Monk. I mean, if you don't do the Necro stuff, you just like in a lower difficulty and they level longer, right? Nothing else is really different. You just don't have like a powerful weapon to go torments. But I remember when I did all these like leveling runs, I actually have like an entire playlist of leveling runs on my YouTube. Like, I don't know, there's like 20 different leveling runs, you know, with different RNG and stuff. You know, we found another Etherwalker, and this time I will not salvage it. What? Oh! Okay. Ugi asked me a funny question the other day. Yesterday, I think. When he checked my Necro gear. It's very effective, guys. Mm-hmm. Any crits? Okay, 4, 8, 5, 6. 4, 7, 7. It's actually less DPS. But we care about the consistency of critting more, I guess. And it's a very small difference, like 2% difference. Type of herding nuts hunting is ridiculous. They need to change that. I think it's not that bad. You can do visions while farming the stuff of herding. Just go into the visions every time on the way and that's it. It's not really that much worse than farming visions in other zones. So just do that. And then it's basically barely a downside. Rolling away, holy damage. Yeah, I explained the reasoning. I mean, if this was a push, yeah, in push, you'd probably like roll back to holy again. Like on a offhand build where you have extra crit on your offhand, usually you want elemental instead of crit chance on the neck. It's like a few % better. But here we care about the crit consistency, I guess. If I crit, I one-shot. If I don't crit, I don't sometimes, so it doesn't matter if there's like a slight difference with less holy damage. Yeah, I push everything that's again this season. No Pyro. You don't get anything with the Staff of Hurting from the visions themselves, but you farm a lot of visions no matter what. And while doing so, you get the Staff of Hurting. You just go into the Staff of Hurting zones to try to spawn the visions. Until you have the staff. That's it. Thanks, non-Leodog, by the way. Actually, 20 months, dude. Trick for the pets picking up mutts. Well, I used my teddy bear for thousands of hours. He's well trained. You're getting those Roran pieces. Maybe I'll do it. Yeah, it's part of the altar. Exploiter. That's alright, but later I wanna go LOD. Dude. Don't actually have to worry about these guys escaping here, right? We can just loot while killing. Yellow items. Oops. Is it only a Crusader that actually has a cow stick in the loot table? Like even a Barb, I was not really getting them. But maybe I was just unlucky.
Not ready yet.
Monk gets them a lot. Interesting. I got a Barb, I got like 1. And here I probably have like 8 or something on a Crusader. And I farmed longer on the Barb. Yo. Wait. We'll save it for later. Actually, I should probably use Heartseeker and Guards when I find one. This one has int. I got a piece. I'm gonna BNB in 1 minute. Maybe we should go new game here. The Barb build I was running is Waste's Whirlwind. You can find it on Maxwell as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna do 150 on AoE, I'm gonna do Condemn. Condemn is like by far the easiest here. Just gonna try to get some more pieces. I'm not sure how much I can get away with like scuffed gear and Condemn. Not really a very tanky build as I remember, but with Guardian set we might be fine. Fishy AF. Yeah. Probably need some kind of like decent gear at least. Maybe throw an augment or two. But yeah, like augments is actually an issue. Maybe I should go into some GRs with this. Trying to get some screams, level some gems. I think that would be relatively helpful. I mean, you can probably run to a COE plus Unity combo here anyway, and go into GRs and do like hundreds or some shit. But you probably have to remove the Guardians. What do we? We can do Guardian Bracer and Helm. Actually, maybe we should try. You go lightning for that. It's pretty good. So what do we do? Do we keep the Gogak? Just put Zaze? I mean, what else do we put? Molten Wildebeest. It's not leveled anyway. Oh, we never save one of these belts. I did not, actually.
That's too expensive.
Oh yeah, Bulls, let's go. You can get ashes when you salvage crafted primals, yes, any primal. The ones you get from the cube, the ones you get from the blacksmith, doesn't matter. Okay, maybe gonna do a bit more T16 until you get a Vigilante belt. Probably gonna get one soon, Opium. Barb is not complete yet. The pin, Ivaka. The master. They're gonna do a bit of like GR speed running. We also get a few gaunts and then a few screens. Because realistically, I will need some augments for the wizard, the monk, and here, and maybe the barb as well, to be honest. Like, I don't want to go in fully non-augmented on most of them. It's gonna be pretty scuffed. No yours. Thank you for Prime. Awesome. And bug on boots is you don't get the double legendaries on boots and on rings. And I think on chests. I'm not 100% sure right now. Yeah, I mean the keys slowly accumulate here, but that's not really great for keys. Like rips are like 4 times better if you want keys. Just trying to like gear up here. But yeah, I'm waiting for a Vigilante belt and then we're gonna go some GRs and hopefully get some screams and some gear there. It's gonna gamble a few pieces so I can. Fine.
Not ready yet.
Build is pinned, Skytag. The 29. You actually need a witching hour, I think, for the Barb. Gonna save some to craft, maybe. If I don't get anything.
Not ready yet. I need to go back.
Yeah, I use very advanced technology for salvaging. Yeah, should try that too. Yeah. The Discord message. Okay. Yeah, just report them. You know, we're like old noob. Always feels good when you unlock the double primals. But this season I didn't do it. I didn't finish the altar. It's a bit weird after so many seasons. But I didn't want to pick the auto globe pickup. Yeah, I didn't get the double promise. Seems like this thing always rolls good. Seems like it always comes a crit and a phalanx and there's only one random roll or something. Or two. Most it needs to be like vitality or so and you're fine. What the? Yeah, I think that's not possible. Rionusk. I think left click is always left click. Nice climbers. They're nice. This goes into the Barb tab.
Patience.
I mean, using the primal recipe, if you're like really unlucky after ancient puzzle rings, it's not a bad idea. It'll cost you like extra ashes, so you need 8 primals instead of 6 to finish the altar. That's not such a big deal compared to just, you know, wasting tons of Forgotten Souls on a puzzle ring if you try to get an ancient one. It can happen that you get stuck with the ancient puzzle ring step and you just don't get it. Ah, there it is, I guess. That's what they were looking for. Let's try some GRs. This is 8 cooldown, perfect. Pick up. Where do we put our stuff? That's a lot of banishes only. Wait, did we change anything else? Just go lightning? And that's basically it, right? This. This. Don't need Claws of Worship anyway for this. Ocular Swing might be good though.
Want to find more gold out there? Bring a thief with you next time.
I need this. So what do we do? Shield Glare. It's not the worst idea. Judgement. Okay, just load up 100 and see what happens. How's my toughness? 100 mil. 400, Genesis with Unity. Okay. So pick up radius. 11. Okay, that seems pretty nice then. Sounds. But that even sounds different. It's kind of interesting. Yo, Angels. Rank 38 Crusader. Okay then. 100. Very nice. Guess that raffle landing, let's level this in case I'm gonna go back to T16. Yeah, on the Witcher it was even worse. I did like a 105 speed run in 2 minutes and I got like rank 12 or something. I was actually front page. Okay, now we actually have to think about what do you want to gamble. Thanks, Rampas. So we have non-ancient, non-ancient. So you have a good chest. We will go Guardian. Belt. Bracer. And Crimson Pants. Boots. And then set. Glove. Chest. Helm. Amulet. Shoulder. So we should gamble some shoulder. Okay, we gamble shoulder, we have a chest. Helm should be relatively easy as well. So let's try to get those as ancients. Let's try Hammer 2. Fun little minigame to try to perfectly time your horse when he runs out without like pressing another cooldown before. When you press another cooldown before, it's fine. Like Iron Skin or the Law. Without. Boom. Dude, it's 68% we have angels already. Okay then. Gotta spawn Diablo here. They're pushing, guys. Road to 150. Yeah, I have a Sennheiser headphone as well. This is not produced anymore. This one is PC360. I've had it for like 8 years or something. And I tried to find a replacement because this one was falling apart. But it doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. I'm not sure if there's like a follow-up of it or something. That's hardcore EU. Imagine NA. I would probably be like top 10 now. For 102. Asia is even worse, I think. Why not try Arcan? What do you mean with try Arcan? No runners. Just a random drop. Farm visions. Merlin time soon. I'm not sure where Merlin is right now. Not in my room.
I need to go back.
Oh. No. But T16, I definitely want this. I think it down to be kind of a big damage loss. 508, 4.6. That's like 10% or something almost, so it's 9%. I mean, I would roll crit damage on it, I suppose. Maybe. Maybe. Since you're not augmenting anyway. -26, of course. -4%. Okay, we're getting there. Posture check. What do you want me to do right now? Okay, -3. It's 4.7. It's actually 8.3% difference. Because of the Guardians, there's a double. I think this is only for the 16 then, but it's good. Arcan, very nice. So, wait, can we do this though? Fuck, I don't think I can. Ugh. I don't think I can. We need the Crimson, and it cannot be the Crimson Belt. So you have to go boots, pants. Close. Actually, it can be. But we don't really want to make a Guardian Helm. I want to do Guardian Belt, Guardian Bracer, Crimson Boots, Crimson Pants. You go Arcan Shoulder. No, wait, I wanted to get the Arcan Shoulder and the glove. We have the chest. And then Helm, I guess we can decide later, we can craft. And then focus on restraints, we should probably have. This one is cooldown, crit, and this is nice. Restraint. There's attack speed and 5 cooldown. We should probably use this one or something. So we gamble shoulder. I want condemn and cooldown. Probably non-ancient to be fair.
Someday, perhaps, when I'm rich.
And then it doesn't register my fucking mouse clicks, man. Oh, we have to click somewhere for the horse. That's actually nuts. You can't just click on the horse, it needs to have a target. That's nuts. Okay. Now we accidentally left clicked on something and did a shit. Okay, can I click on a target? Ah, I can do this. Okay. Key. Dude, Merlin's blasting, doing 90-second runs here. Good job, man. What's the best solo class? Speed farm, XP, and push. BH. Yeah, Crusader also works, I guess. I guess Crusader push is probably a bit more chill than the Demon Hunter push. Yeah, I mean, there's already like a 6-minute clear on Condemn or something. It's kind of hard to go that fast with Natalia. I mean, you can pull enemies around and stuff, so I guess it works on like a really good run, but your pulling ability is very small. With Condemn, you just walk in, you do a vacuum, blast down stuff. Pretty sure Condemn might have faster times end of season. But they're probably all gonna be like 2-3 minutes anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Weapon shield, just like pretty much everything is a random drop. It's a two-handed flail, so you can craft two-handed flails. And Crusader shields. Pretty good map. It was actually swarms, and this was swarms. Nice. Okay, made it. I just want to show him real quick how to blast with a Crusader. Any other gems you want here? Molten Milbies? Not really. I guess there's double random gems now. Try to get some screams now with the Zeta. It's a nice speed build. It's way more fun for me than before at the moment. We're getting past the high point, I guess, slowly, but maybe. It has like another, 20-30 hours all the season, and then that's probably gonna be it. I mean, okay, today we're gonna do another 10 or so. Tomorrow I will be much less, unfortunately, maybe 5, 6. And then Thursday we'll see what we can finish there. So like 20 hours, I guess, left. But Thursday is also gonna be PoE prep, so yeah, we cornered her down. Let's go. Kapow. Mm-hmm. Controller on this game, but not natively. You should look up Echo Hack. He has like some 10-year-old tutorial on YouTube how to do controller in D3. How exactly does Game Pass help you? Should probably try to go a bit higher and see how that feels. Some pretty insane damage. Can try like 5. You know, from Game Pass and can use controller. Wait, for real? Like that is a feature on PC? I never heard of that. Interesting, okay. Seems like the technology is there. I should definitely take the Demon Hunter into Echoing Nightmares. Necro is like the shittiest class there.
I'm returning to town.
Wait, there are only 150 games on Game Pass? I think it would be a lot more. Not that that's like a small number, but I kind of figured it would be like thousands of like random stuff. Xbox there's more. Okay, so it's not the same. I guess there's like some games that are only there or there. But I mean, how much more are we talking for Xbox? I suppose it has a similar price, no? It rotates the games. Oh. Ugh. It's very windy here, so my curtain is being blown around all the time. Yeah, weird. I think it's like Perenni being too small and then he doesn't get hit properly. Because yeah, the end he just instantly died.
Fortune favors to see you soon. Ooh, that's
I
nice.
can't carry anymore.
Can I have a pen? Fortune favors. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have
That's
a
too
pen?
expensive.
What's the speed build? Roughly. I guess it probably runs Focus and Restraint normally. But I just have Unity COE. We're chilling. Oh wait, the spinners can kill me, right? On this build. Okay. Nice, we're getting these augments in. How do you complete season journey after leveling to 70? Necro, it's usually LOD route and you ignore season journey. All our classes, you just do the objectives. You have a Hades gift guide on Maxwell as well to check it out if you want. Wish button 150. Very well put. Yeah, I can. You can use one primal from the cube recipe. But if you like Reforge, for example, you can use any number of primals.
I'm returning to town. Will my faith is rewarded? I'm returning to town.
Keyboards are not showing on the map for you. I know they only spawn in Torment. I don't know, just start a regame or something.
Are you ready? See you soon. What a steal. Anything could happen. Do come back again.
PvE hype. Yes. I mean, the reels were pretty insane. It's kind of crazy to see that they're actually going so ham on PvE1 content still. I did not expect. They were cooking. I need to mute for a second.
I'm returning to town.
Fortune favors the bold.
I'm returning to town.
You look like you could use a new soon. What a
Out of
steal.
room.
Alright, I am back. do the random left click, and now I'm stuck here without the horse. Fuck. How I think the D4 expansion will be amazing. Let's just say I have a feeling. What is the build I'm gonna make? I'm playing LOD, beat bazooka. Thank you, Fyro, by the way. Ancient puzzle ring. Anyone need? We have another one here. And another one. And a primal. Yes. I think we're gonna hear about the expansion on Gamescom. Gamescom is like a pretty big event to make an announcement like that. Since there was nothing on this Xbox event that was taking place, I know that a few nights ago. I'm not sure what other like big event they would use to do an announcement, so I think Gamescom is likely. And I mean the BlizzCon next year is September, right? So this is gonna be post-launch most likely. So the probably is gonna like do like a seasonal update, you know, show off or something at that point. Hello, Blue Days, by the way. How you doing?
Need to go back.
I'm not finding visions right now, we're finding GRs.
You look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate usefulness. I didn't even know I had that thing. You look like you could use a new... I didn't even know I had that thing. Let's see what happens. Don't forget, luck always
That's too
changes.
expensive.
Let's see the gem.
Need to go back.
Starting on Friday? I haven't really checked that. But I'll do some prep on Thursday at least. Check out some of the builds, do maybe a campaign run or something. You know, get a bit warmed up. And then we'll see. I don't have that much time to play PoE 1. I'll be playing it 3 days and then I'll be away for a week basically. So I can't unfortunately really last that much, but I want to try to do all of the Ubers and all the new content and stuff until then. Should be fine in 3 days-ish. Thank you, LG. Something Spellsinger. Spellsinger like OP this season or something, or what? This thing has a base reservation of 20% at all gem levels. Ah, okay. Yeah, that helps, I guess. I don't think I've actually ever played a spell slinger, to be fair. I don't think I have. That's a pretty cool concept. Oh, angels. You guys only. Thank you. I'm great, and you? It's pretty good, actually, that thing. Only 6 cooldown, though. Killer. I think I want that for the Barb. Not sure what this in occurred. Okay, it seems like we're getting stuff here.
Fortune favors the do come back again. What? I didn't even know I had that thing. See you soon. Don't forget, luck always changes.
That's
See
too
you soon.
expensive.
10% condemn, huh? Hello, Papa. Dream Raft. Paper County. Is my Paragon normally higher by this point of the season? It could be, but it's not. I never farm Paragons, so I never have Paragons. But yeah, we could probably be like 2.2 or something, if I had to guess. Maybe more. If you have like some blasters online, we can probably check what they are for. Oh, angels are here. New rank. It's Condemned doing 150s now. It's been like 7 seasons of that or so, but yes. He's a 2.2, for example. But this is 70 hours. How much do I have? 6.5. 7, 38. 43. 58. So he has 12 more hours than me. Plus, however long he has been in that game that he is currently in. Because the profile only updates when you log out. So if he's in the game for like 8 hours, this might be like another few hours or something.
You look like you could use a new item or what a steal. Can't win every time. Fortune favor, wow, isn't that nice?
Damn it. Do I have Holy on my friend list? Is he online? I mean, Ugi is 16. He's like the same Paragon as me. He played first 20 hours on Asia. Yeah, I think something like 2.2 or 2.1 or so would be quite feasible if I wanted. With my playtime currently. Barb is not done yet. I have 150 trapped, and then 146 Ace, 143 stricken or something, but not the other gems. And I don't really need the others, and I don't really need the stricken, so I just want to level this Ace, which I actually use for the Nova push. And I don't know, maybe I'm gonna use it for something else. I was thinking about doing a UE push, but I don't think I have the time for it in the end. But who knows? Maybe I should log in later after PoE. Do some 150 UE and some stuff for fun. But yeah, since you only rushed to the 150, I didn't bother like, actually leveling my gems. I just went to the 150 to the age as fast as possible, and that's it. Didn't like stop to level anything. %, a full set of gems in the ones you don't use. Yeah, I mean, if you have like 500 hours to spare, and you blast 1 minute runs like this all day long for like 2 months straight, you can do it, I guess. But right now I don't have 500 hours to throw at D3 for a challenge. I'm not really sure what's the challenge exactly there. By the way, Miss Flux, I really agree. The stash sword is kinda nice. It's all a bunch of like quality of life stuff that D4 has that D3 doesn't. And vice versa. So some stuff is better, some stuff is way worse. They have stash sorting, but a much smaller stash, for example. And I wish we had more stash in D4 sometimes. Changed a lot. The grind feels nice on D3. And you don't have to kill Duriel 500 times in a season. That's the good part. Like imagine if we were still farming Hellfire Amulets, how much nicer the Diablo 3 grind would feel. If you have to kill like, you know, 500 Ubers every season to get a Hellfire. We used to do that. At least in most classes. And I think it was season 12 when they introduced flavor and squirts. So up to season 12 we used to farm Ubers. Every fucking season. And funny enough, it's actually not really different from the boss farming in D4. You walk in with your key, one-shot them, suffer through some cutscenes, repeat. I can't believe they still haven't updated the pit, like, at all, basically.
I'm overburdened.
You look like you could use a new item. And don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new...
Someday,
Didn't even know I
perhaps,
had that
when I
thing.
wish.
You can probably get away with this. And not condemn. We put condemned damage on it. We just roll cooldown on the Arcane Shoulder. And then we just go like as much cooldown as we can on the other slots. Could be an option.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
Change anything. I drew the curtain as far as I could. Yeah, for some reason I just appear very bright. I guess I could turn off my lights. I wonder if that will change anything. Kind of. Those headphones look comfy. They are. But I can't buy them anymore. Hello, Race. How are you doing?
You have a gem?
Oh. Very low chance to fear. Strength on it. That's kind of nice. That's something for the Barb. Damage range is a bit low, but okay.
Fortune favors. See you soon. That will look nice on you. You look like you could use a new item of... Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could use a new... That will look nice on you.
Someday, perhaps, when I'm rich.
Actually, 14 augments lying around right now. That's pretty good. But more wouldn't hurt. Any news about D1 remaster? Yeah, certainly, that's happening. I mean, maybe for the memes they're gonna do something like the Warcraft 2 thing, where they're just like, oh, here, you have it for $5 or something. I'm not planning to play Bone Spear. But it's very good. Can't stand me. Matt, hello. Yeah, I decided to gear up the Seder a little bit before I do the Barb. So I might get a few items. Because we're going to do LOD Barb. Actually, I did get 2 items already that upgrades on my Barb. That's kind of nice. Eventually, I also need a bunch of ornaments. Oh, I wonder how easy it would be to do like a POJ 150. That's the theme. Because I kind of want to do POJ. Angels. They get Visario stuck. That's actually funny. Shandong PRJ. Yeah, it's only possible in the cube seasons. Yeah, I'm planning to do Hoda and Condemn. I want to do Hoda maybe in like Sanctified season, but I mean that just happened, so that will be a long time from now. But Hoda to Shoko Elf is also really cool. Just that that's Darkovix. It's gonna be Hoda and Condemn. $150 Impale. Dude, Impale is actually gonna be relatively easy, I think. $150. If you really want, you just equip Stricken and kill the boss. But even if you don't, I mean, you can go Pain Enhancer, Cold Impale, just like kill some small shit in the middle of a pull. It's gonna be fine. Can be relatively easy kite enemies around. You're running fast. And the Soundstones builds are oof. I like the Shandong PRJ. And they also made it so it's not like randomly bugged anymore. Like back in the first time, like in season 20, when Shandong PRJ was was that in season 20? I think so. When you played that, there was like this bug where you would fill resources, and then depending on the server tick rate and when exactly you filled the resources, it would just never activate the Shandong. But they fixed that actually, so you don't have that problem anymore. Good. All the Roland items. Game is tempting me. Oh. 15 Condemn. So I guess we get our Helm. And we have our Crusader geared actually. Oh, it's a non-ancient. That's my Spectral Ash situation. Primordial Ash. 300. Not that much, but if your panels in a stash, you could salvage. Auto pickup. I take the auto pickup gloves. I didn't take them this season. But I mean, it's not required to not pick it. So it just gives you a bit more control in a push. And you can just live without the control, I guess. And you speed up everything else and just accept that maybe occasionally a run will fail because of auto pickup. But a run can fail from many factors, so it's just one more factor. Yeah, I'm going to Barb 115 later in a few hours or so. The reason why D4 has more damage numbers is, first of all, most builds hit a lot more often than in D3. You know, we have like all these like crazy multi-hitting builds, cast-wise, bullshit, lots of attack speed. Everything is like kind of crazy. And also they show every single damage number with the true value. And in D3 you have like an aggregate damage number system. So, you know, there's like only so many numbers it shows. And if there's more than that, then they just get combined. Which is, you know, good and bad. For general blasting, definitely helps. And I don't mind keeping the damage numbers on in D3. I think they also disappear a bit faster in D3. On top of that, so I have way fewer. I think they go faster. But it would be good if they made that aggregate damage system as well in D4. Or at the very least, give us like an option in the gameplay settings or something. Because it's kind of important to be able to see the real numbers in D4. For like, you know, build testing purposes and stuff. But yeah, it would be nice to like make a check mark or something. Checkbox for that. Yeah. Good idea, beer.
spoken to Auric?
Not yet. What does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
I suppose you start with hello.
Okay, we're back. There's a dog trying to eat my shoe. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh. Interesting. Now he runs away.
Come and get it.
Yeah, I was dragging Madden. Or he was dragging me, I don't know. Nice. Yeah.
You look like you could use a new item of what? I didn't even know I had that thing.
Since I'm farming so well here on the Fist of Heavens, maybe I'm gonna also set up my monk and my wizard real quick while they're at it. So I don't have to go back to this. We just can do like some gamble in them. Dude, E as force move. What the hell, man?
Wanna see what you'll get? Ooh, that's nice.
Dunugu is stronger than Hell to per push. It's very hard to say, to be honest. I mean, you can run Wall of Death and Perenado. But honestly, you can do the same on Helltooth. So you have the same kind of pulling option. I mean, Helltooth is a lot more face roll than Mundunugu. Mundunugu is for the connoisseurs. Helltooth is just like, click the button and stuff dies. Be more tanky from Mundunugu. I think it should be similar on both. Depends on the setup, I guess. Like, I was running Mundunugu with Frostburn instead of Stone Gauntlets, and that definitely didn't feel very tanky, but it was enough. Also, if you die on boss without angels. I mean, some bosses might be pretty dangerous, but most bosses are easy to dodge no matter what. Same, Rustic Charm.
I'm returning to town.
If it will be best of farming, you don't find Blood Nova fast. Well, in that case, I have bad news for you. Unless you're playing the channel, you should not play with the channel, you should play the self-cast for farming, like visions and low GRs and stuff. Doing that. One thing you can try is the Auto Lancer, Pestilence. And for T16 LD Majors. But in both cases you kinda need decent gear to really pop off, because you need a lot of cooldown.
Patience.
I find it hard to understand why people get excited for PoE. Because they're doing tons of amazing updates to an already amazing game. And a lot of people also don't mind or even enjoy the one button stuff dice playstyle. But it's just like, you know, there's a lot of other features that the PoE 1 has that no other game has that make it excel. I mean, yeah, combat is kind of awful, but it has some incredible good boss fights. At least, so there's that. And then, you know, the whole, like, you know, character progression journey is just really good. And just the amount of things to do. Hey, that's Wolf. How's it going?
I can't do that here.
Hello?
No.
What is going on here? We have this insane Roland's gear. Fuck. Do I actually have to push Roland's? Did you eat your ice cream?
Hmm?
Did you eat your ice cream?
I got one vanilla from.
And?
They're okay. I prefer mine.
Okay, enjoy.
And you?
I like it.
Your ice cream soup.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a straw?
Because you suck. Yeah, you didn't expect that.
No.
Not good.
Mod check. Yeah, chat is saying I just did a mod check. Wife check.
Didn't we have any mode for that?
A wife check?
Ah, no, for mode check.
Yes, we have.
We need a white check too. Nice. Where's my Nini bomb?
Uh-oh.
I think. They're very white though, you know that?
The season's already over for you. Okay. What did you play, last Wolf? I'm going to a few more pushes at least. The Crusader is nearly ready. So I'm going to do that today. The Barb. I'm waiting for one more item here. Waiting for a decent Arcane Helm. And my Crusader is in a good spot. And my Barb is...
Next week.
Huh?
I'm gonna get it next year.
Okay. But I wanted to set up the... Actually, I should do it now. Should level Wizard and Monk real quick. So I can Gamba a bit there. That's the best to start with. Well, I mean, today or last Friday, the answer is the same. Let's go to H. Yeah, I mean, they made a lot of modifications to vanilla when they did the classic release, right? And WoW. It was like actual old, you know, no patches, no modern quality of life, no nothing, like vanilla. People would not have liked it that much. I mean, there was always like hashtag no changes stuff, but in the end they did a bunch of changes, right? So, including just like releasing it with the final patch and all that. Like so much shit was not in the start of vanilla, wow. You mentioned stuff like, you know, BattleNet, and you know, like the friend list and these kind of things as well, right? That worked completely differently back then. So they kind of kept that functionality and so on. Yeah, sharding, yeah, that's another thing. I mean, the thing is that, you know, classic WoW is... It's just always a nice game to go back to, I feel. At least for someone who's played the original. Like, I don't know, I could just load up classic right now and start blasting. And I would have a good time. There's something like it's like a timeless game, I feel, at this point. Even though it has many clunky, outdated things, that's just part of the game and part of the charm, I guess. And the thing is, if you smooth out too many things, then suddenly it's not classic anymore, that's the thing, right? So the clunkiness is part of it. I think they could do some modifications, do like a classic plus or something at some point. I mean, okay, they're trying with the Season of Discovery, but that's not really it, right? They're going like way overboard in that case. But something that's like closer to the original classic, but you know, perhaps they would balance out the game a little bit more, or I don't know. You know, remove the reliance on the world buffs, or like make them not work in raids, or I don't know, stuff like that. It takes too much time now, unless you got 5 hours a day. I mean, the leveling journey is long. You know, you need like, let's say 100 plus hours, depending on the class, I guess. 100 to 200 hours leveling. But I mean, you don't necessarily need to like, giga invest a lot of time into the game after that to like stay relevant enough. You know, the raids are very easy. Outside of like Nux maybe. Yeah, TBC basically fixed a lot of the problems that original vanilla had, right? It was just like a straight upgrade in every regard, pretty much. All the classes got their holes fixed with like an extra skill or two. All the specs were like way better balanced. They added all shit. It was nice. Yeah, this game was like the peak, but I think it was only the peak because the game was just like not old enough yet when TBC was out. Like, I personally didn't enjoy Lich King that much. Like, this whole, like, vehicle bullshit, I don't like that at all. And, you know, it already became, like, you know, extremely casual. Like, you know, 5-man dungeons were just a joke, basically, and so on, right? There was, like, no challenge at all outside of, like, the hard mode raids. So I think they kind of, like, started ruining it a bit there. And too much, like, actually near end of TBC, actually, when they made, like, Sunwell and stuff, and there was always, like, catch-up. And like, you know, the so-called welfare epics. I think that just went too far, and then it just continued down that road, you know, non-stop basically from there. Okay, Cataclysm was a bit of a bump in the road for most people. Because there they actually try to go back to like a more grounded difficulty setting, right? Basically, Lich King was like the Diablo 3 of WoW. And then Cataclysm was like the Diablo 4 of WoW. And then they found like some middle ground back in the later expansions with MOP and stuff. But I feel like Lich King already went too far in many regards, with like craziness of builds and power creep and, you know, how they just kind of like... I think they also introduced the LFG tool, right? In Lich King and so on. So that alone basically started ruining like the whole like, you know, server community thing and all that. Why I can't join the Force Sanctuary Discord? Oh, sounds like you got banned. GG. LFG was one of the best changes to the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can argue that the LFG system did help WoW's popularity because it made everything more convenient and easier and faster and so on. But it also ruined the spirit of the game at the same time, right? Because suddenly you had like all this like cross-server, you know, random parties, you know, like your server community didn't matter anymore. Your reputation as a player on the server you were playing on didn't matter anymore. You know, like the whole like interacting with other people, you know, trying to figure things out, trying to set up a party. Like if anything, it would have been nice if the Waters of Draenor, like, you know, group finder tool would have been introduced instead of LFG. And that would have made like a lot more sense, I feel. But yeah, back then it just made the LFG tool and you get like these random parties, everything is automated, you get teleported into the dungeon, you don't even go to the dungeon, you know? Like all that stuff just ruins what Classic was about. And suddenly it was just like some random no-name in a pool of other random no-names. And, you know, you just run the dungeon together and then you run another dungeon with some other random 4 no-names. Yo. 86%, but I guess that might be fine. This is for Hoda as well. So we got the Oryx. We got an Aquila. I'm not sure if I really go Aquila, but I think we go Aquila. Might be fine. Without the Sinner code, hopefully. Okay.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, I think I do like quick leveling sesh. You can go Aquila, but should you? I mean, if I pull like 5 lead packs and 100 monsters together, maybe I should go Aquila. Especially if I have like almost no augments. Might be a good idea. I need space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have to need one of these guys.
I require a new skill.
Okay. That actually looks cool in this game. I had a Winter Flurry somewhere. Here. Orc. Hi, Disable. Shit. Okay. Oh, hey, it's fine, it's just a carnival. Usually I get like the first few levels somewhere else. Yo, how about this? Just twist it up.
Want to find more gold out there? Bring a thief with you next time.
Yo, Bjorn, 3 years. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate that. Nice to see you again. I will play a PoE one, yes. Yeah, I have like 4,000 hours in PoE 1 or so. Okay, let's see. I don't have an LOD gem as well. Oops. Gold dropping in town from the chest, that's kind of funny. Okay, that should help a bit. I don't have any idea on the build yet, I haven't checked out anything. I'm gonna do some prep on Thursday and decide. But now I've just been like blasting D3 all day, so... Okay, we should be fine, I guess. Boom. Okay. 70. I think that's like empty. We always have a leveling guide here. There it is.
I've got some right good bunch of things for you this fall.
Don't be shy. Can't win every time.
Very well. What shall we fight today?
Want to find more gold out there? Bring a thief with you next time.
Where's Wizard? I literally just leveled it like 2 minutes ago. What do you mean?
I will not do that.
I will use it well.
I'm playing Little Bazooka, yes. We need a bunch of gearing though. We'll probably take a bit of farming on the wizard. Because I barely did any farming on in classes. Okay, I did a bunch on the Witch Doctor, but it didn't really help me much. I have to get like a good... okay, the boots are not so important, I guess. We just need like an ancient pair of Nilfers. And that's about it. But yeah. Helm, the Fazula, these are gonna be tough slots to get. Because they need to be ancient, everything needs to be ancient. Yeah, we'll see. Squirts as well.
Let's see what happens, shall we? Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could use a new item. That will look nice. That is too expensive.
Barb is not done. Crusader is not done. I just made a monk and wizard. But I will farm a bunch of GRs here, because I want to get some more orcs, and I mean a few Paragon levels wouldn't hurt. The Crusader farm is going pretty well, so we're doing this for a bunch. Ouch. Spinners one-shotting. Build can actually kill itself on the spinners. I gotta be a bit careful here. They live too long. I'll currently get the gifts mostly. Most loot is in visions, so this is where I get the most. It's just like a random drop like other loot. There's no way to target them, besides getting more.
Good to see you.
499. Just kill her. Angel spawned from the boss. That's actually kind of funny. Nova, Necro, Atonix. Oh. Chris, hello. The preseason has been really fun so far. I like the theme. It's fun to push a bit. I'm farming way too many visions for my taste. But now we're back into the GR grind for a while. Before I have to suffer through more. So it's okay. This is kind of need to like finish my stuff soon. I actually want to do all the classes. See you, Felius. Punch. I'm running out of gems to level. So I'm making some copies for augment leveling. Primal. Two-handed flail. That's the wrong one. No double primals, that's correct. Yeah, you want to do 4 runs in a row. A tiny bit of gambling, you get the 2k shards, and then you sort out the inventory. In between, you have to like get rid of a few items basically to make space. If you have a lower bloodshot cap, then you do 3 runs in a row. But with 150 cleared, I get 2k bloodshot cap. So I can do like 4 runs almost uninterrupted. Okay, I need to be at around 1550 blood shards. We're getting too many here. Okay, just so I know. Yeah, see, now I have a bunch of these invigorating gemstones, and now I put them in a stash and we can level them. So if I do like, if we do like runs for like roughly, I don't know, let's say 1 hour, each of these invigorating gemstones will end up at like 106. So this is like 5 hours of invigorating gemstones right now. And for each of those, I should also find a petrified scream. So there should be like 10 more augments if I do 5 hours. Oh, look, there's one. Yeah. That was Fizz maybe. We're probably gonna run Esoteric, right? I didn't pick the old pickup, yes. This is why I don't have double primals.
Let's see what happens, shall we? I didn't even know I had that thing.
I do transbox any of those shoulders. Interesting.
Nice. Can I have it back? Anything could happen. See you soon. Don't forget, luck always changes. Fortune favors the best. That is too expensive.
How easy would it be to just do Tarasha Meteor? If the altar complete but not dropping double primals, then you should go new game, as long as the altar is just not active. I almost went for that actually, because I walked in with Stone Gauntlets on my Crusader or something. And then I didn't have the CC immunity. That's great. Or my Necro actually, I think. Indeed. You can't undo the altar, yeah. I mean, it's like a probably relatively minor thing, but I like to have the control in the push. And giving up the double primals is not really a big loss, so... On the other hand, I also farm slightly slower since I don't pick the globes instantly. It is actually like a Crystal next. That will come for you. You better hide. I need to go on a call for a sec. Okay, no call, I guess. Yeah, it's actually one of our songs. Yeah, I didn't make it. This is a collab. They made it for me, basically. That's mine. Hey, Gangsy. You have like 50 songs of our own in my playlist. Yes, woo, prophetic, thank you too. Yeah, you can find it, just search my name on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever. You can find it everywhere. You also occasionally hear the music in my like, you know, gameplay videos, like the clears and stuff on YouTube. Although we don't have that many of them these days. I'm glad you like the list. Yeah, we're doing Barb and Crusader today. Go Angels. Oh, we have 2 Angels against Blighter. Okay. Oh no. One guy died. Okay, 1 Angel. You got this. Get him. No. Key. Gonna do Hoda, I think. I mean, Whirlwind is just not happening on EU servers on hardcore. Like that is not happening. Like it's just lag, and yeah, Raker. I mean, would be pretty easy with Raker, to be fair, but I don't really want to play it right now. How's the damage of the angels scaled? All the procs scale like a conduit basically with GR level. So they do like X damage on any level. Like for the angels, it's like, I don't know, 5% of Earth Guardian per hit or something.
Don't be shy. Do come back again. What a steal.
Nilfa boots, huh?
You look like you could use a new item. What a steal. That's too bad. What a steal. Let's see what happens. That will look nice on you.
That is too expensive.
Yeah, Rift Guardian in solo on 150 has 500 quadrillion HP. And Angel Hit is like 5% each. So it's like 25 quadrillion. It's a pretty strong minion. We don't need Eternal Union, right? No, okay. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do anything after NG on, but sure. Good luck, Ava Lentica. What are you gonna play? Pushing, guys. We're gonna sub 1 at some point. Need like an early power. And then lots of packs. LFB. I made that tier list together with Norfi and Shugi, so there's my opinion. Yeah, pushing Fist of Heavens is pretty tricky mid-winter. Since it's pretty squish, you want to try to keep like high scores at time. Have to decide like when to kill something, when to just pull and so on. Nova, sag you. Templar is because I'm playing hardcore. Enchantress is better, yes. But it does so little. If I DC, I have a relatively good chance to survive with the Templar. Running God, it takes time to kill FP. Well, then it should go low difficulty most likely. God is the fastest speed farmer right now. Like people go to like 115 2-minute runs or something with God. And they're like decently geared. I 115 average. 115 and 115, that's pretty good, man. God is pretty strong. Dude, when Enquiries season comes, I'm gonna do God farming. When Soul Shard season comes, I'm gonna do Impale farming. Holy. Impale with Explodey Gem is so much fun, man. As you know, I can do 148 in 3 minutes. The Cube season, yeah, it's also pretty cracked. I can use this as a multi-shot. And then put Ace of Joan on my follower. That'll be kind of funny.
Such a brave. See you soon.
I'm returning to town.
Are you ready? That will look nice on you. Wow, isn't that nice?
I can't pick up anything else.
Fortune favors the boy. Don't forget, luck always changes.
My bags are full.
Small goals. I won't judge.
Anything could happen. Do come back again.
That is too expensive.
I didn't even know I had that thing.
Long speed farm, 150 last season. Probably not speed farm. But, I mean, the clears are definitely like speed farm. Like when you get like the, you know, 1 in 100 rift or something. The 3-set Lightning Tal Sorc in season 28. Yeah, okay, season 28 was like with non-nerfed, with unnerfed altar and unnerfed Tarasha. So. And unnerfed Meteor. Yeah, 5-minute 150s should be very easy in 4 mana at this point. Even faster in good runs, I guess. That's why you really farm XP anyway. Yes, BDK Kuruma. You can just roll int on a level 1 character. Safest class on hardcore, I would say DH. That's kind of shitty leveling, but outside of that, it's just very good. The only thing you need to be aware of is like the spinners. You can one-shot yourself. Like when you play Gold DH, for example. Gotta be aware of spinners and sand dwellers, I guess. They reflect your projectiles. But I would say generally DH is the best hardcore class. You always have a way out with like vaulting and stuff. It's pretty tanky on most builds. Crusader faster Demon Hunter? Nope. But that's pretty close. Monsters in D4 become as impactful as they are in D3, where you do an encyclopedia of what every monster does and how much progress it gives, etc. I mean, we have like this monster family article, but it's like a very shallow overview. And I was hoping to have something like that, but I mean, it's relatively irrelevant currently. It's also like a lot of work for extremely little payoff, besides some people that are really interested in that. And I'm not even sure if you can do something like how much progress does it give. Like, we don't have that information. I'm not sure if we can read that in like the game files or something. But like in D3 this was relatively easy to extract. But in D4 I don't think this is easy to get. Like, we don't even have fucking attack speed breakpoints for half the skills in the game after 2 years. So, monster progression. Oof. I don't really see such an article happening. Like, there needs to be someone who really enjoys making such an article in order for this to happen. I am mighty, but I'm not that mighty to wish this into existence. If there's no one who wants to do it. That's a Nova word for sure. Yeah, he's gonna be thrilled. But yeah, like something of a breakdown of every single monster in the game is probably not happening. But if anything, you know, we're gonna have like some kind of like, you know, pit pushing strategy and you know, these kind of things. This just explains like the overview basically of it. And you know, maybe rank the monster types against each other and all that. Similar to how we have that in D3. Primal Shoulder. Oh my god. Keen Hydras. Yeah, I mean, it's not the way, I guess, but sure if you enjoy it. I mean, just play the same build and go Arcane, I guess. There's not really much else to change on the build. Besides the rune. And do LOD bombardment. Yeah, I might do it in the soul shot season. We definitely need more meme videos. I'm sad no person making them 44. I could have had a lot of subscribers, man. If I had kept up with the videos. One a season would be enough. And there's plenty of meme material. Hello, Taverns, by the way. Congrats for Lana 20. When did it change the fire damage in Angry Nightmare to physical? From the PTR of season 26 to a live server season 26, actually. I think. I think it was always like that. Or maybe it was when they made it permanent after season 26. Yo. Holy dude.
I can't do that.
And the amulet does not do anything. Ah, shit. We're not running holy right now. Okay. Well then. Hello. What's up? 1 second.
Are you ready? Anything could happen. See you soon. What? I didn't even know I
I
had
can't
that
carry
thing.
anymore.
Let's see what happens. Don't forget, luck always changes. Fortune favors. Do come back again. Well,
That is too
isn't that
expensive.
nice?
Alright, I'm back. I'm not doing a giveaway. That's fake, Yakuzi. I'm not planning to do a Typhon push. I want to do LOD, Meteor. I just got a Swarmy. It doesn't have crit. Or Meteor damage, but I don't think I need either of them. So maybe the Swarmy is fine, actually. It's ancient, has 20 seconds, I roll a socket, GG. Might be good enough. We don't rely that much on arcane power on crit, I suppose. Wait, are we even running an offhand? I think so, right? You run Orb over Smoldering Core, I guess. Wait, what weapon do I use? Just Heartseeker. You can also use the wand of arcane damage, I guess.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I'm returning to town.
Hello, Yakuzi. I said it earlier, that's fake. Yeah, Crusader, don't do that. Report them. Dude, I really love how I see this mission in mode every time I played it free. It's glorious. Sounds very morbid, Miss Flux.
My bags are full.
Hello there. Do come back again. Well, isn't that nice?
I'm not Nosk. You can just like go to 50 stacks and reset every time. You can sing the entire Greater Rift. Have you tried? Hallelujah. That's a lot of pylons. A lot of packs. Can we finish here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's getting there, by the way. Merlin. We had him earlier here. I was showing how to play Crusader. With one arm. I was playing a one-armed Crusader. Basically right here. I was using Wall of Death and Pianado together actually on my Mundunugu. You can do the same on L2 as well. Like Wall of Death is really good for what is it? Wall of Zombies. Yeah. Very good for like, you know, just making large pulls, and then Pianado is very good for like some of the procs, like for the geysers and for the chests especially. And also the Starfall, like these procs, if you have Pianado, it's very strong. I was doing like some quadruple kill with just the geysers or something with the Pianado. It's kinda nuts. Because he spawned tornadoes at 100, and that just cleans up a bunch of the space. And then you get the geysers, and there's enough space to just pull everything in, and you just like Pianado everything into geysers, boom. Can do kind of similar stuff with the ground stomp on Barb, I suppose. I'll do Condemn on 150 setter. It's almost ready. I'm just farming here to get a bloodshot to get my other characters going. Then, whenever that happens, we're gonna be done here with the Satyr, I think. But I also want to get some augments, so we can kind of keep grinding for a little bit. We slowly get them. And we have 223 keys, so we're chilling. If you wanna roll Auras or Vitality, I mean, you can also put Vitality in your Paragons, for example. Usually the two are relatively interchangeable. The advantage of Auras is that you also heal it up more easily, compared to having a larger life pool. So usually it's nice to have Auras, especially if you have like Augments or have a Paragon or so. Thank you, Mage. Pushing this up. Oh, the angels are coming. That looked weird with the wings on the book.
Anything could happen. Maybe you can find a use for that. Someday.
The JPG is my favorite at the moment. I'd say PoE 2. You get paid to watch Woody full time. Sounds good. I get paid to be Woody full time. It's also pretty good. I guess I have a lot of people actually like watching from work, right? Or, like, at least somewhat passively and stuff. Who's at work right now? I guess a lot of people might not be able to even like log in to, or like don't want to log in, or don't have the ability to chat. But I'd be curious how many people actually are like here from work. Nice rally. Yeah, we had a season on Friday. I'm retired. Easy. Thank you, Valuable, by the way. Whenever they're not awesome, you can let me know, by the way.
That is too expensive.
Arbeitszeitbetrug. That's such a German word, man. Holy. Is that for like the people working at home that don't actually work? I mean, I guess it's a real problem. I mean, there's certainly a lot of people that do what they're supposed to, but there's also a lot of people that don't, I guess. Or where it's like, okay, you kind of cut some corners or, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, I guess it always comes down to the personality, exactly. Like some people just work well without supervision and they, you know, they function. And some people don't when there's like no control or something. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, right? If you're like just like very time efficient and you feel like you are being, you know, overall effective and, you know, worth it, and your supervisor is happy, yeah, sure, I guess. Also an advantage of like work from home, I guess. Because, you know, what's the point? It's just like sitting in the office for FaceTime when you don't have anything to do anyway. Like that's also happened to me at some points. And I found it like pretty unbearable, you know, I was just like, okay, I'm like doing random shit. Reading, or whatever. You saved the employer 15 million euros. Easy. I guess that's surely not gonna have an issue with you slacking a little bit or something. Excited for Season 9 blasting 24 hours? I'm not yet, but once the patch notes drop, I will be, I think. I mean, it's definitely nice, like, when you have, like, a work-from-home situation, and it's all about, okay, you need to get the stuff done. As long as you do, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yo, Hugo, 40 stream streak, damn. I have a friend who is an architect. He also works from home most of the time. So he just, you know, makes the plans and whatever he's doing. And he meets the deadlines and that's it, right? And okay, sometimes he has to work through the evenings and through the weekends or something. And other times it's like super chill and that's just how it goes. I guess maybe like, in terms of scheduling, it's not even that different from like what I do. It's just that I generally have more hours and also have like variable income, I guess, compared to being an employee, right? It's like RNG, how much I earn. You know, I can stream a lot and earn little, and I can stream little and earn a lot, depending on the situation. And for me, it's like, okay, I have good months and I have bad months, and the good months need to make up for the bad months, you know, kind of like that. So I guess if it's just like an employee, then it's like, you know, more predictable, like kind of safer. I guess I have the advantage that I can always just do more hours, right, when I want to. So I enjoy what I'm doing, and this is why I do it a lot. I don't have an issue sitting here like 12 hours a day, all week. Hey Jared, I have not. I chose not to unlock the pickup loops node. Because I have more control than when I push. You debated going into streaming, you log 4 or 5 hours a day in gaming. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do that, and they try to like turn on the stream, and then they do that for like, you know, 2 years, and they never really get anywhere. I mean, that's also happening, right? There's like a lot of these like 0 to 3 viewer streams out there that just like never go anywhere. And then people buy like, you know, like all kinds of like equipment and stuff, and in the end they just make like a net loss because they never recoup anything. And I mean, for some people it can just be like a YOLO moment, right? It's like, okay, I'm just gonna try, and maybe it pops off, and most likely it doesn't, and if it doesn't, it's fine. But I think there's also like a lot of them out there that are like, okay, I'm gonna try this now, I'm gonna go full time, and then it just sit there for like 2 years. And literally have like nothing else going on, and you know, potentially lost their savings, and I don't know what, right? And that's kind of sad. But this is just how it works, I guess. There's a lot of people that try to be streamers, and it just never works out for like 99.9%. Barb is not done. But it will be tonight. At least that's the plan. I actually have 17 augments right now. This is looking good. Wanna be a streamer, I need a business plan. I guess it helps. Thank you, Anstick Nadal. Appreciate it up. 25. Why Epoch goes intelligence and augments? Because int is the res. Yeah, I'm making augments and getting blood shards right now available. I get those Typhon boots, dude. You can, Shamsa. Just don't stop talking while streaming. Oof. Yeah, but what Muffle says is true. It's also what I say usually. So yeah, it's exactly the same notion, basically. Either you're very good, or you just make people like you, basically. And there's not really much else that attracts like enough of an audience, basically. And what this says, I don't know, might be true to some people, but I'm usually like a very silent streamer, and I'm okay, so I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I just don't speak for like 5 minutes. Or longer. It's what it is. Like, it's also like, at some point I just can't say that much anymore, like, you know, when I do like 24-hour streams or something, like, I just don't, like, I don't really have the energy to just keep answering the same question for the 200,000th time. You know, at some point I just like zone in and blasting, and that's it. You know, usually it's something like 15 hours in or something. It's just like, don't ignore chat, just blast. And that works. Turn out the music. This is not good, that's why he needs to talk a lot and be entertaining. Oof. Yeah, I guess this has like a pretty good mix of both. I think there's an interest in therapy related to streaming. I was like public stream support group. I mean, I don't know. I can try it. But I think it'll be difficult to actually find willing participants for that, to be honest. Yo, DM, hello. Which character should I hop into? I mean, anything works right now. Easiest is DH, I'd say. And it's also always funny when I do these long streams, you know, and I'm like 25 hours in, and someone comes in like, you know, in the middle of the day or some shit, when I'm just like in blast mode, not speaking. No one in chat is saying anything because they're all sleeping. Then it's like, wait, you have 3,000 viewers, and no one is saying anything? Must be viewbotting. But it happens without fail every time. Oh man. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly like a higher average of blasters in my chat and stuff, I imagine. And just people that are content with me not, you know, talking much and whatever, and like, you know, having a lot of random conversation going on in chat. Like, yeah, my chat is extremely slow for my viewership if you compare to like other streams. I don't think there's many people that have a slower chat than me on average, with, you know, compared to numbers. That's just how it is. I'm slow, chat is slow. That's how it works. Really stream in slow mode. Probably. It's also that I just don't really initiate a lot of like random conversations that much, right? Yeah, no, there's like other streamers and they're like, hey, what is your favorite song, everyone? Or some shit, I don't know. Like, and then people start talking, right? And I mean, I guess I could do that more, but do I want to? I guess I do have the option to actually read most of the chat. At least when I'm not like super focused on, you know, something like pushing or whatever. Like I definitely miss a lot of chat messages as well, despite my chat being very slow. But that depends on what I'm doing, I guess. Good luck to 300, by the way. My chat is fairly mature. Yeah, that's true. I have a very old viewer base. Old guys. I just randomly checked like some statistic on one of my YouTube videos the other day. And yeah, my average viewership, at least on YouTube, is older than me. So there's that. Twitch is probably a little bit younger overall, but yeah. In other words, the Woody enjoyers are a dying breed, guys. We need to do something. I'm 31. Actually, am I? I'm 32. Dude, I can't get these Type 1 boots. $31 for real? Is that too old or too young? I can craft a Guardian Helm if you want. Ready? Wait, does that work? Probably works actually. Or later when they go Augurs, so you need the pants, I guess. Or do you go Death Diggers? I can keep them. Too old to buy a cheap house, too young to play an Isekai VR. What is Isekai? Nice, Marv. Keep at it. I'll do Condemper push. Enemy genre where players can live in-game. I mean, we're gonna get there soon. You know, like Ready Player One kind of world, I guess. We're not that far off. Trade-offs or bounties for the first time. I do them for different purposes. Bounties is to get like certain specific items like Rog. Great Rifts is where you get XP and gems. You don't have to Tarasha again, it's not really like a crazy build right now, but if you like it. I'm gonna do LOD Meteor. Yeah, look at us. 100 first invigorating gemstone. Poggers. I'm not sure we're gonna do Shimizu. Probably not. Like, the clears also just feel fast for that. Like, in a 150, I get like 3 level ups. And a good run, you know, it could be like 5 minutes or something. Like, when do I do Shimizu? Shit, that's not happening. I guess you can YOLO it. Like, on softcore, you can easily do it actually with Unstable Anomaly, right? You can just, like, let them hit you into Unstable Anomaly, proc it, and boom, you got it. It's very chill. Or with Enchantress as well, but yeah, this is like not a really hardcore viable strat. You have to like do it more controlled. And this just slows you down. Does damage type on both for your multi-shot matter? On damage type on weapon never matters unless you're playing Sorc with elemental exposure. Or if you're playing a Necro, and you have a Lost Time equipped, which is basically just a Bone Spear build, I guess. And you can put a cold damage weapon on your follower to proc the Lost Time. Don't ask me why. Yes, that's the command. But the bot is lazy. It would be nice if they did like some kind of like quality of life patch at some point for D3. Like a salvage all, maybe even like an ancient indicator would be nice. Maybe WASD, but I guess that would be kind of difficult, I don't know. But yeah, there could be a bunch of stuff. Maybe like a bit of balancing on some of the builds. Like if there's like a few sets or a few legendaries that could just like bump the numbers a little bit. Uliana would be one example with you know, something to remove the Shendong meta from Uliana would be cool. And Uliana is like a relatively top tier build would be very cool, man. I think, if that was like a permanent feature. It's like one of the best builds. Everyone loves that. And yeah, some stuff like that. Maybe also like a bit of quality of life on the cube. For example, make the material conversion larger numbers, or I don't know, give some other option to like mass cube stuff maybe or so. Upgrade rare, whatever. Pet pick up legendaries. We can't really do that though, since legendaries are, you know, objects in the inventory, right? So I guess you can just like let it pick up everything, and then when it's full, it's full. But yeah. Bounty mats to crafting mats recipe. Nah. I think you spent your normal mats too much, then that's on you. You can already convert them. There's already very good target farming of normal mats in the game.
Want to see what you'll get? Don't forget, luck always changes.
Okay, I guess the wizard is kind of set up. We need a Carini actually. What do we do there? We just YOLO a few rings.
I can't afford that.
But yeah, like for example this animation here, like this whole like, you know, fill, pick up the item, drop the item, fill, like, ugh, you know, this is just bullshit, right? This could be a lot more quality of life. Like back when farming the materials for like one upgrade took like half an hour, that's probably okay. But yeah, salvage all would definitely be #1 priority, I guess, in terms of quality of life. Great. Late 43. Yeah, we'll see. I'll ask them if I can give them some suggestions. The gem conversion, making more gems would be nice. Yeah, that's kind of not necessary though, since you can just craft up the gems. You don't have to convert only Imperial, you know? No, excuse me. That's why only farm a master to keep those things special. I mean, I think the drop rates on master difficulty are a lot more appropriate, to be fair, compared to 216. To make it mod free like D2. Yeah, a modded Diablo 3 would be insane, I imagine. If some people really get to it. Like, you could do some crazy shit, I think, in D3. Pain. Exactly, I want to play as Deck Arcane. That's exactly what I had in mind. Yeah, filling the cube is kind of like the problem here with like the I mean, it's important for some of them, like, you know, like the conversion of materials and stuff. But yeah, if you could just like, I don't know, there's like this recipe, right? And upgrade rare, and I just click it, and then I just like, you know, I paint the ring like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? If I could at least do that, and do like my entire inventory like that, in like 10 seconds, that would be nice. Some quality of life like that. Yeah, I think a lot of people have salvage macros, but that is not really what should be the solution. You know, some people just don't use macros, don't know about macros, don't want to use macros. Like, I will never use a macro for anything again. Once was enough. And no matter if the risk is 0 these days, I'm not doing it. Monetary previous soul shards, sanctified, and ethereal. Okay. Now I was expecting a little bit more creativity than that from modders. Oh, Sixter. Thank you, man. Really good, I gotta say. Hopefully clearing class 4 and 5 later. It's already 9, I should actually get going soon. To be fair. But I'm just kind of blasting my Crusader and it's been fun. So we'll see. Alright, we got Carini. Guardian, Squirts, Rock. COE, I guess, or Unity. Okay, so we should be fine. Sorc is okay. We can get blasting with this. Time to Gamba on the Monk. Auto refine on Mystic until hit the desired percent you want. Yeah, I mean, that sounds too much like a mobile game mechanic to me, to be honest. But they could add some other quality of life there. They could maybe do something like empowered rolls, similar to empowered rifts. Right, where maybe you get 4 options instead of 2 or something. You know, that would already tremendously cut back on the random rolling you have to do and stuff like that. And I mean, there is space, you know, there's a lot of space. There is a option, six options could be here, you know. You can literally add 3 more, under 50% more value. I don't know. Or at the very least do something like, you know, the roll that you have cannot appear as a lower value again. It must be the same or higher or something like that. So you can at least gradually roll up your item or something. And, you know, this would already be something as well. Is it very light again? Did the other three have a hiccup? I don't know what you mean. Go Angels. Two-hand crossbow is 30 seconds faster on average. Were you playing a Bariza or what? And how many runs did you do each? And how were the items comparably? Vision party. What's easier play, CDH or Z-Barb? CDH is by far a lot easier on both ends. Like Z-Barb is generally the hardest role to play in the party. Interesting. Because like 30 seconds sounds pretty ridiculous. But it could be that, you know, with the right breakpoint exactly, like it turns out to be just like a lot more DPS. I like to hear from some other people that have been doing a lot of like Gaunt runs, like Holy or something. See blasting. Dude, this Roland's gear.
You look like you could use a new item of, independence. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I'll try this myself as well at some point XQC and see if I can like find some benchmark. But not this season, I guess. But I'll definitely investigate this and maybe I'll do an update at some point. Yeah, I think so. Out of 7 before PoE is definitely quite doable. My Crusader is basically ready, my Barb is basically ready. So then it's only Wizard and Monk farming left. I'm just trying to get some Orcs and maybe some more gear now and like setting up the Monk and so on. So while we're doing this, I might have to do like an hour or two of keys, but probably not much. Maybe I have some hours to go now. So overall it's looking kinda good. Yeah, but kind of like I mentioned that during farming, it's like, okay, you're always in the pool, but also you're just like freely moving around randomly a lot between pools and so on. So I wouldn't really expect that to matter very much. But yeah, maybe. That's finished.
Let's see what happens. My father would be proud of you. You look like you could use a don't forget. Luck always changes. Are you ready? That will look nice on you. What? I didn't even know I had that thing. Want to see what you'll get? What? I didn't even know I had that thing.
Not bad. Gold Age of farming and a tie for pushing better. DH. I didn't do Wizard yet. I just geared it a bit, 4016. We need to farm with it too. I'm just like gambling on Monk and Wizard right now. Maybe Metal Gear. Yeah, PD2 definitely looks fun. I know there's like a lot of hype lately with the season launch that happened and stuff. But I was busy blasting D4, so I did that instead. But yeah, maybe sometime I'll try out some PD2. Be cool.
I'm returning to town.
That's actually valid, excuse me. Usually I would use Burrito instead of Hellrack, but I guess Hellrack works. Kind of does the same thing. Go Angels. Oh! Blind! Blind! I feel like I support Crusader now from Season 3. Oh my god. What is going on? 50 subs? Okay. Thank you. Envy? What is going on? Thank you. Alright, get ready for the SSFHC stream, guys. Easy dodge. Who dodged, guys? Yes. That was random out of nowhere. 50 subs. Thank you, Emmy. I do have a video explaining how to play a Demon Hunter trap build. It's actually linked in the Maxwell guide for it. Or you just search it on YouTube. You have 100% dodge. What does it get for playing cheesy builds, Crystal Nyx? Nothing, actually. Woo. Big Exile as well. Excuse me. Actually, this is for the first time realized what this means, excuse me. Oh my god. I'm stupid. Can I turn off the subscribe shit? No. I'm incapable of turning it off. Only 4.5 years, okay. Well. Who knows what secrets I will discover in 4.5 years in Diablo 3. Isn't that an issue with sound? Yeah, something is kind of messed up on the stream elements lately. I'm not sure why. But the text to speech and the sound distorted or something. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I have no idea. What do we do? Just gamble a lot of pants, I guess.
You look like you could use a new eye. Well, isn't that nice? Do come back again. Hello there. What? I didn't even know I had that thing.
So it's always the same with this convert set item. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Liana pants, huh? Sorry guys. Someone really wanted to have a Yes Moo stream, so that's what we get. I'm using stream elements thing on OBS to multi-stream and multi-chat. No. I have a plugin for OBS for multi-stream. And I just have stream elements set up for both the YouTube and the Twitch individually. Casual primal, this is guaranteed. There's a cube recipe for that. Sorc still good. Wizard, you mean? Yeah, Hydra is pretty solid. I will play it a bit as well for at least vision farming and stuff. Let's use Inner for farming GRs a little bit, I guess. It's also very fast build, but it doesn't go that high. I can probably farm like hundreds anyway on Inner. To get like some last augments I might need for a monk or something. While farming some gear on the monk. So maybe you can just say, okay, we're slowly done here with the Crusader. This weapon. What do you want to see on my altar? I have everything but the auto pickup rabbit. And we can get everything. I just chose not to unlock that last node, and then the double partners. Thank you, Seraph. Appreciate it, 21. I'm gonna do Inner Raiment a bit for farming. Maybe switching to like just pure Inner for some GRs later on. Can we do Swift Guardian? We can, right? I can like in Geom, Echoing Fury. Or something like that. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what I will do for the speed farm setup. I'll just go Diablo anyway. Within Geom, maybe. How many primals have I dropped this season? I don't know. 25 plus, I guess. I've been crafting pretty freely with the primal recipe. Actually, how many ashes do I have? 200. Okay. Not that much. I'll probably have to salvage something at some point. Thank you, Chrono Sword. I do play Diablo 4 as well. In fact, I just finished like 500 hours of blasting non-stop. Okay, not bad. He Actually, now I think about it, for the Barb, do I want to farm Hellfire Amulet? I think I'm gonna go for Hellfire, actually. Huh. I mean, what else? Squirts is not happening. I think I'm actually gonna farm some Hellfires. SSFHC, nah. We already ground them anyway. There's no point, I think. And SSFHC, I mean, it's hard to get. You can probably get away with like a crit strength SSFHC since you have like Blackthorn's pants. And not very high Paragon, so the strength is okay, but you also need to get that amulet. Was it Monkey gambled polearms on? Yeah, I wouldn't gamble those. I would probably just upgrade polearms. And you do that on Crusader. It's a 1 in 3, I think. Where's the very invigorating gems? My gems need to go somewhere, so I made a bunch of copies to make augments. Yo, go, angels. Actually, I wonder if they die from the... Okay, she's blinded. I think when she does the mortars, they will probably die. But it's kind of likely that she will die before she does it. Hellfire, I have Atlich. Yeah, I think I might do a Hellfire for the Barb. Would I run this over like a Fire Primal Squirts or something? I do have a rollable element Primal? I'm not sure. I have a Strength Primal Squirts. So if I get a Shield Pylon, that's useful. And I'll be better off with that. Maybe I was gonna take it and ignore the Hellfire shenanigans. It's going with a Frostburn. Yeah, the thing is we can't run Guardian in that case, right? Actually, I can do inner and inner, Guardian, Guardian. And not run the bindings. But it's not really an upgrade.
You look like you could use a new item. See you soon. Don't forget, luck always changes. Are you ready? Don't forget, luck always changes.
What?
Such a brave soul. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Want to find more gold?
Insane. Best non-necro class 150. Hard to say. Crusader maybe? Age, I mean, the age is very good, but I think like Crusader's a lot more face roll. Or Witch Doctor maybe. Witch Doctor's very good as well. Why do you not learn the first Scoundrel skill? Because it's either a stun or a slow, and you usually don't want either of them. Maybe I've been farming too many visions. The Gamba is OP. But double bracer gamble is actually nuts. Zero Swavi. Fist of the Heavens is still one of the fastest farmers, even without the season theme from last season. Actually, how much better is it with the season theme, actually? Those that have played the Sanctified season. What can you farm with this? Angels. Yeah, Thumbers get nothing in Sanctified season, but there's plenty of cool new stuff, you know, to choose something from. And also Sanctified season like the most balanced season between the classes, which is nice. Because it's not just Necro, there's actually like good builds for everyone. This build is 1 horsepower. Goes pretty fast, actually. Sounds like I have a shitty dawn. Or maybe no dawn at all. Triple H. One of the two.
Don't be shy. You look like you could use a new steal. Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new That will look nice on you. Oh, that's nice.
Dude. What's up with these pintos?
Anything could happen. See you soon.
That is too expensive.
If you look very closely, you'll find a build. Schleimermock. Like Robert. Did you find any good ones on the way? Okay, the build is pinned. It's Fist of the Heavens. Yeah. Oh. Ah, sounds nice, Robert. Yo, 20 petified screams, man. We're actually getting somewhere. Wasn't that bad.
Such a brave soul. What a steal.
Yeah, quick jump would be nice. You could save weeks every season per player. A faster gem up animation. Yes, 3 below 0. If you look at the complexity of the ARPG genre and where Diablo 3 ranks, it's basically your name.
Let's see what we can do.
I'm returning to town.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, the campaign is like a, one-time thing and then you never touch it again. And then you have adventure mode, where you can do like all the zones and the rifts and so on. The 3 more fun than the 4. We are slowly past that point, I think, already. But yeah, for the first 3 days, it was. I mean, okay, I have some more pushing to do. I mean, the pushes are gonna be very fun. So we'll probably do some tonight, and then tomorrow... Actually, we'll see. I kind of enjoy just like horsing around right now. This seems to be also fairly effective. So I think I'll do that a bit more. And then we'll have like a big push day or something and do like all the 150s. That could be fun too, to be honest. Yo. Big.
Anything could happen. Do come back again.
Getting a GA item in default sucks so hard. I mean, it sucks because we don't have a good way to farm an item with a GA that we want. To give us some sort of target farming or some sort of crafting, then this is not a problem anymore. The question is that a good system then? I think the GA system is at least not bad. It's just a lack of player agency that's bad. Because it's just like a full RNG system. We're doing visions over GRs. Yeah, I've done visions for like 2/3 of my playtime this season so far. By solo Paragon and stuff. They're very good for gearing up. Forgotten Souls, the limiting factor for reforges, that's true. And this is where you get them the most. In the visions.
Don't be shy. What a steal. Well, I must lessen my burden. Fate smiles on you today. Such a brave soul.
Did I ever say back a good Cinder code? Apparently not.
You look like you could use a that will look nice on you. That is too expensive.
relax me just a little?
It's actually gonna be huge. We're gonna get trapped. More Zays instead of stricken. That's big. I think I'm gonna go Stone Gauntlets instead of Send Archers. And Archnagar instead of Parthen. Uh-oh. Mode only. Uh-oh. A lot of emotions are incoming now. Just open card level, kill vision, kill more cow. Yeah, you can do that if you have cow sticks. Just do that. I have a lot of cow sticks now. I'm gonna do exactly this, and we don't have to go anywhere else. A soul count. We have 10k. Not bad actually. I don't think I have to reforge that much for the Barb or the Crusader. So we should be fine on both there. Wait a minute, if I try to craft a Hellfire, it also costs 10 Forgotten Souls each, right? Not decided yet for the Monk Push, Tempest Rush or Vaporlight. I got some insane Pintos earlier. 2 of them actually. Within 2 seconds of each other. So that was kinda funny. I think for now it's gonna Gamba Braces on my Wizards. Proper inventory. Is that it for the emote only chat, guys? Weak. For example, explain your build. Kappa and Kappa Kappa. Sounds like someone is playing with Shadow Clone. Very nice. What am I waiting for the push? For me to get bored of running on horse. I mean, to be fair, I think my Barb is largely ready, and my Crusader too. But I'm actually just having a good time currently. So, what I do, I'm gonna farm more Orcs. Which I will need later anyway. I'm just kind of enjoying it right now. After grinding the fucking visions forever. And I keep giving up my monk and my wizard meanwhile of the Gamba. Somewhere he missed out on 2 hours. Maybe not. The profile playtime is not up to date if you haven't gone back to menu. Like whatever playtime you have in the current ongoing game is not counted. Let's tell Russia, Guardian. This is Firebird. Funny. So he's playing Star Pact with no bazooka. Just Crowns of Primus. Orb. Fragment. Barrier Blades. This guy's playing bazooka with Orb as well. Maybe I should do that as well, to be honest. It's like very, very tanky. So I need to get an Orb. Which actually we can just Gamba on the Crusader easily if you want. Pick sticker with strength. Nice. So he didn't do Barrier Blades. And he did do Barrier Blades. Barrier Blades is kind of nice, I gotta say. Wait, wait. He did Barrier Blades and Deflection. Interesting. And Orb. And Karini Unity. Holy. He just went full face tank mode. That's actually nuts. For some reason a Tarasha chest instead of an Aquila. But I guess if you just perma spam Meteor, this is why, I guess. Just makes a large enough pull and then bam, bam, bam. I think Aquila would just be better, to be honest. But I kind of want to do Bazooka. He has so little cooldown, man. No, 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 one, no, no. He has like no cooldown. He's like someone on the neck. 44. Fazula. Druid Firebird, Explosive Blast. Oh, Magic Missile actually. Really? I got rank 1 last season? Interesting. Magic Missile is actually rank 1 build. I didn't realize. That's funny. The Teriel's Might. So he has a lot of cooldown. Actually, I realized I can just play with Gogok if I want. Although that's like kind of scuffed. Seems like a lot of people just play Bazooka but with Orb. Did I get 3 or 4? I can't power on crit on the Swarmy. Ah, we have also I can power on crit from the altar, so it's not that bad actually. I forgot. And we have some here. I think I'll go for the setup. Minus a stricken. Shiras. This guy has humor at least. What? Wait. Okay. There's a chance of going one-handed and orb. Yeah, that's what some people are doing. I think I'm just gonna gamble the bracer for now, and then we can still decide more later.
I can't afford that.
Nice hack. That's not a hack. It maybe bought it, but 6.5k is not that crazy. That was not this season. I checked last season. Yeah, one-hander seems like a real option in FMAT, by the way. And thinking Wildstorms are considered beasts, they can go Pickstacker and blast Wildstorms. Easy clap. Yeah, the strength is helpful as well for armor. Yes, powerful. I will play PoE on Friday. So I have some work to do until then. Keep. Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is fun. Should do Veer, reverse Alcon, Frozen Orb. Ah, go Angels. Nice. Never again. I think it's a fun build. Can also do reverse Alcon Twister with Veer. How about that? Twister in the cube season. Only get there. Another big multiplier, I guess. Indeed. Thank you, Whittles, for the Thomas. We're pushing me to split still crash the server. I'm not sure how it is since the area damage changes. It's probably okay now. But maybe still somewhat laggy. Get him, boys. Has been fixed, okay. And I guess some of the most likely builds are probably still like Zuni, Arakia, Khan. Say that's S tier. For farming for sure, but I'm not sure if we have Akan and S tier push. Dude, I have some petrified screams to do, dude. DH, blinds up. The no issue to DC with LD Nova with Siphon Blood? No. It's not a leggy build or something like that, so this must be something else. On Wizard, they can actually do funny stuff in a season like this, to be honest. I'll save that thing. No, I don't know what build I will do in PoE. I'll see that on Thursday. There's no rush right now.
Can't afford that.
Oops. Booty Slinger. I don't know if that's like a really like top tier option or something. Maybe I'll do it. I want something where I can go and do the Ubers in a few days. I'll be blasting PoE for like around 3 days before I go. So I want to have all the content done by then. Gonna PoE gonna get the counter for 42 on the screen. Yeah, for sure. you want to talk about on Dizzy? Logic here, Ma. It runs out of potatoes, so exclamation mark Starforge. What does that tell us? I like D4 more. Let's see what level is Chronix. 900. Wait, did he restart on his death? Or were we just 900? I thought they were higher. What made me go D3 for a season? Probably the new season. That launched 4 days ago. Yeah, I see. Angel. I have to do Echoing Nightmares for like an hour or so later. Actually, I have a lot of keys. Yeah, I skipped a few seasons when D4 came out. But you know, right now there was a good time. And also, you know, I don't do like D4 all day, every day, you know. Like yeah, in the first year or something, I just did basically nothing else. But at this point, you know, we have like a kind of established routine with D4, I guess. You know, we play the season for a month and then we play other stuff. So, you know, I've seen a lot. I know a lot. There's not much left for me to do, basically, in terms of current game. I've played like almost all the builds that exist. Or have existed. I've played many of them multiple times. You know, like a year ago, that was a bit different. And I like the theme as well. Like the cube themes, for example. Not that interesting. I like the soul shards theme. I guess Ethereal will be nice. I'm gonna load up a God the Age or something in the Ethereal season and go ham. And then maybe a Witch Doctor, because Witch Doctor is really strong in Imperial season. Something like that. Dude, the H Witch Doctor actually. It's like my new combo, I guess. Yes, and do rule him.
Are you ready? Do come back again. Do come back again. You look like you could use it. Well, isn't that nice?
I
Do
can't
come
carry
back
anymore.
again. Fate smile. That will look nice on you.
You sold my stash at some point, it's getting a bit out of hand. Exile build is pinned. Is that happens.
Not yet.
Yo, I like that one. Ancient puzzle. I mind. Not much, I think. I've just been blasting on the Zeta mostly. But I made my wizard and my monk and got them kind of T16 ready. Gambling when I have full shards. My Barb and Zeta are looking good.
Anything could happen. Well, isn't that nice? You look like you could use a new steer. That will look nice on you.
I'm planning to do a Hoda Bob. Which is also looking pretty ready. What wizard build? I will do a Meteor Bazooka. Yeah, wizard's gonna be interesting. It's always dangerous on hardcore. Because you can never trust Karini. I made have fun for farming 100%. Hydra is really nice. Itachi Dev sucks, Firebird. It's not just that Itachi Dev sucks, it's also Karini sucks mostly. And Firebird doesn't really help you with that problem. If your Karini is down, you proc a Firebird, you proc a Itachi Dev, and boom. Okay, that's like one more hit you can take, I guess, in between. But yeah, Karini doesn't necessarily activate. So that's the real issue of the class. I think this could be largely resolved just with like making Karini a much longer timer. You know, make it like, I don't know, what is it, 8 seconds I think? If that was like 12 seconds, that would probably make it like 99.9% consistent. Or I don't know, 15 seconds, I don't know. Something, right? So you don't have the fear of it just randomly falling off, or like, I don't know. The fucking Rift Guardian spawns. And it's a cold snap. And he just charges you, boom, before Karini ever has a chance to proc. Like, you know, there's like shit like this. So... Can I explain shortly the gameplay of Spirit Barrage? No. That is impossible. Actually, there was like a season where I was farming at least with Unity, but I mean, Unity is significantly worse than Karini, that's the problem. Like, you have only 40% of the total toughness when you play Unity instead of Karini. Like, you're literally twice as squishy, more than twice as squishy at all times with Unity. So that's also not really an option. Inner Monk in Nephilim Rift's not a... Okay, mal. Spirit Barrage. So TLDRs, you want to make a large pull, you have ridiculous density scaling. Especially with Pain Enhancer, even without. Then you want to try to put your Phantasms in the middle of that pull. Spam until you get an Oculus. Go into the Oculus. And stand there and let it accumulate. And then when it's time, you go boom. Or after 10 seconds, the time out, but usually you want to do it yourself by just casting again. And then you also want to time that with your Grave Injustice procs and your Spirit Walk, so they can stay in Spirit Walk and you're safe and you can stand still as much as possible for a Traveler's Pledge. And that is walk in general. Keep. Oh, we're getting a lot of them. Hello, Manavi. The ladder shows God multi-shot high in comparison to tier list. I mean, the reason why I see high clears is because this season with the theme, it's possible to do 150 with every build. So if people really try and, you know, multi-shot and God are way more popular than Natalia, then yeah, people will do some high clears with that. But the builds are still significantly weaker than Natalia. And doing 150 with Natalia is a lot easier than it is with God or UE. Because for that you have to grind a lot and, you know, do a really good run and, you know, all that. So on Natalia, even if you play very bad, as long as you do generally the right thing, you can do 150 pretty easily. Because you have so much power. Like our tier list is not made by what do people play, our tier list is made by how good is a build. And well, Natalia is just way better at pushing.
Fate smiles on you today. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I can't pick up anything else.
Hello there. That will look nice on you. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? What? I didn't even know I had that thing. You look like you could use a new.
That is
That's
too
nice.
expensive.
Can I have it back?
Yeah, I'll play PoE. Kinda excited for it. New bosses, new Atlas stuff and so on, seems nice. Then push. Well, it's getting late actually, alright. I wanted to finish Crusader and Barb today, but now it's just been halting around. Farming a ton of orcs, though, that's kinda nice. That's my keys. Interesting, I think I used only 150 keys or something. They actually disappeared relatively slow. I think I've been running around a lot here, but I also did a lot of visions earlier, right? Been on this Crusader now for like 10 hours or whatever. How much do I have? 8.5, okay. Not too bad actually. Alright, we also did Barb earlier, right? And then we made the Crusader. We do not spam Fantasons, wait until they expire. Yeah, generally. But you wanna spam sometimes, you know, it depends a bit on the situation. It's like very hard to explain all of this. But you should read the Maxwell guide, and I also have a video. I actually have several videos on Mundunugu and Spirit Barrage from way back that you can watch. That will probably teach you a bit. No stalling. Well, the plan is still to do 7 classes before Thursday. Well, before Friday, rather. So, I can't stall very much. I reforged Crispin twice. And Convention just dropped somewhere. Some people call it luck. I call it connections. Thinking the live degen on Maven. 50 minutes on mine. You can't leave where a character is dead. Why would it die when you leave? No logout macro allowed? I mean, you don't need a macro to log out though. You know, you can just press escape, press a button, takes like half a second. What do you mean? Well, it's not allowed? Like, did they actually like forbid macroing that or what? after like a decade. It seems weird. Yeah, okay, but I mean, you're talking about like the past. Ah, so this was just... Okay. So this was just like a, you know, gimmick, like, okay, no logging out. So this is not something GG enforced or something. Dude, Mathil versus Quinn. Okay. What a combo. Ah, okay, I love Steamer. Then why do you mention bet with Mathil? I get it. I'll do Condemn and Hoda.
You look like you could use a new item of do come back again. What a steal. Are you ready? Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it?
My bags are full.
Anything could happen. Well, isn't that nice?
Actually, I can just gamble orbs a little bit. To hopefully get something here. Or we just make that a primal. Oh, Kiliaku. Thank you for that. Am I doing any 150s today? Maybe. Just been grinding a lot, but I made a lot of progress actually. It's looking kind of good. I also got a lot of paragons. What did I start with today? I think I got like 200 paragons or something. There's no kill streaks and no visions in Rifts. The season theme kill streak is active in Rifts, but not the massacre. That's only on console. Yes, Sangbang. We have 6,000 plus hours and they wouldn't touch hardcore. I mean, after so many hours, you should know the game relatively well though now. And if you try to like play like a tanky, good build, and do it carefully, you might be fine. I remember first time I killed Shaper on hardcore in PoE. That was fun. A long time ago. A long time ago. Visions are really bad for keys. They're like 5 times worse than rifts. So if you want keys, you should go rifts. But if you want loot, you should go visions. Yeah, I don't want to go higher and slower robot though. I just want to speed grind augments. And also the Gamba. Want XP a little fast to 70. Then you should read the Maxwell guide on leveling 1 to 70. There's a elaborate strategy. I think it's time to do some Echoing Nightmares. Oh, there's another key. We get, actually, I feel like I'm getting kind of lucky. Like, okay, I've leveled those 4, almost 4 gems, and we leveled the Boyarsky. And half of this, we leveled 6 gems. So this is like 21 runs times 6, 120 runs. Yeah, I've done like roughly 150 runs, right? With this here and some other like random gem ups. 150 runs should be 7.5 petabyte screams. But I got so fucking many. I'm not sure what I started out with, but I have 26 now. Like 27. And I started with 10 maybe. Like I got an insane amount of screams. Actually, I realized I still need to Gamba bracers on the Barb as well. I need a Mortix brace there. That should be easy to get. How's the grind feel? Pretty fun right now. A lot of characters. Burn a castle, can get all the shrines before you do Echo Nightmares. True way to do that, I guess. I have a lot of castics anyway.
I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that.
Before vision. I mean, you should probably get like 1 or 2 pops. I just want to get a shrine and get out. Yeah, if you don't have a primary Yanks, and do even DH? What do you mean? Okay, I find all the shrines, but the one. Yeah. So let's go in real quick. Let's see how far it goes. Okay, good start. Don't have Canes though. I mean, the thing is 10-minute empowered is not really gonna help us though. We're not gonna get more empowered, so maybe I shouldn't do that actually. Because I have to go through 27 petrified screens. That'll take forever. More Rift Guardians. We're getting all the Rift Guardians now without Canes, of course.
I'm overburdened. I am returning to town.
Okay. Fine. Alright, I'll take it. Powered is like a quarter over. $1,000 streak. Wait, did I go to 1,000? Wait, I didn't notice. Wasn't really checking. Yeah, Robert just suggested to just open the cow and then get the empowered shrine. Which is nice, but I mean, it also wastes a lot of time. Because we can only do like, I don't know, 4 Echoing Nightmares and then it's over anyway and I have to go a new game and do another cow. Maybe in the past where pools were also useful. Was better, but yeah, I mean, we don't really care, we just have channeling anyway. Ouch.
Don't be shy. I've seen better. Faith smile. See you soon. That will look nice on you.
I need this. As an Orb of Infinite Death. Actually, you could probably relatively easily get like 1,000 kill streak in Echoing Nightmare, as I realized. If you like slow kill the waves, just let them spawn, kill them, let them spawn, kill them. You can very easily get a 1,000 kill streak. And then you can even kill Diablo with We took Nephilim Clone actually. That'd be funny. The pop. I should try this at some point. Oh. Not the kind of primal I was hoping for. Healing host. I'll be a minute. Also, there's a way to get items when you just hit T1 and 60 in D4. Well, usually at that point I'll just try to farm pit as much as possible to level the glyphs, and meanwhile you'll get some items. And then maybe you can try to go do like a few bosses to get some key uniques. That's about it. And then you should be easily in T2, T3. Yeah, we're talking about D4. I was also like, what? T1? But then I saw 60. Okay. Ouch.
I'm still here, Tim. Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes. Such a see you soon. Fortune favors. Do come back again.
Might want to save that, right? For a trusty inner monk. I hate doing overruns. Portals stay open for 60 seconds for no reason. Yeah, but I mean, you can't... Like, you can't do them fast enough anyway. What do you mean? Like, there's no way you can be fast enough to complete all 4 in 60 seconds. Then, you know, still have no portals to summon. I mean, 60 seconds is fine. In the past, they used to not close at all. You had to go new game every single time. So they made it 60-second timer for some quality of life, and I mean, that solved all the issues. Yeah, this is UE multi-shot, Ramsey. On Necro. Yeah, it could be 30. For some reason they said 60, I don't know. Just do like one set order, you know, like, I don't know, left, top, right, middle, and then just repeat that order. And you will never run into the issue that you can't open the portal. That was a nice jump. Ah. I think I can kill him, right? I think like he did such a nice jump, maybe I should click the corner to get the goblins. Oh well. Looks nice. Thank you.
One dessert?
That sounds sus.
Hmm?
That sounds sus.
Hey, watermelon.
I'm sure that's the reason, noobs. They wanted to increase the user hours spent in the game. User seconds. So they made a 5 seconds portal instead of a 3 seconds portal. That must be the reason. 2 seconds extra, man. Multiplied by millions. Thank you.
You look like you could use a new life. Come back again. I'm overburdened. Fortune favored well, isn't that nice?
One hour is 3,600 seconds. So 2 million seconds. And 3.6 million would be 1,000 hours. So half of that, 500. This is my own. There's a command. Maybe you should follow me on Spotify. Do I have all achievements or do I have some left? Good question. I never tried to go for them. That's probably like some really weird random shit. I mean, okay, I did in vanilla. Vanilla back way back. I did all at some point. That was also a different account though, so I don't know if I have them on this one. Human Hunter. Can recommend. But funny enough, lately I've grown quite fond of Witch Doctor. All Paragon. I think non-season I have like 5k or something. Not very much actually. I can check. I'm very low Paragon because I never really grind any Paragons, and you know, like it's 1700. This might seem like a lot to you, but it's nothing. So it doesn't really add up. You know, I can do like 20 seasons of 1700 Paragons, and then I'm gonna be like, I don't know, maybe 5-6k or something.
Hi.
9. Okay, I have 6.3k non-season softcore and 4.7 hardcore. So together, I guess I would be like around 7 maybe, or something like that. Yeah, and 7k is like, I don't know, probably like 15% of the way to 10k, if I had to guess. And that is like, I don't know, 5% of the way to 20k. Maybe, I don't know exactly. Can check on the calculator. 60k bounties completed. Yeah, I've done a lot of bounties in my life. I mean, we didn't have visions, you know? What should I do? You have to do bounties. Let's see, season 6. 5,400. What about 12? 4,800. What about 17? No. What about 19? Very few actually. Wow. What? Okay. 22. 6,300. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, so it's 10,000 bounty achievement, right? Like, I went more than halfway in just one season. $5.5 in season 23. 5.8 season 24. 6,000 in season 27. Here I played mostly hardcore ZF, so even that gave me 2.8k. That's actually insane. But I think I did some bounties group and stuff. And here was visions. So now 186, 82, 59, 261, 149. In 20 was even more, 6.7k. And then these days, visions skip the bounty mounts. So you don't have to farm bounties anymore. You don't farm bounties anymore. That's it. You just get them there. You get the fuck down there. So bounty farming is effectively dead. And in some season I just like barely played, like, you know, on a season 13, like I played 14 hours. And I don't know, you know, season 10 did like 48 hours. Did some random stuff basically. What do you do for a living? Dude, I should check Northvar. I wonder if Northvar has more. But yeah. If I had to guess, I'm probably at least in the top 5 of all people in the world that have found the most bounties. I would guess. Because like basically all of the like, you know, try-hard blasters, they all use bots, right? And yeah, I just farmed 60,000 bounties, I guess. So there's probably not many people that have more. Nolpi has 90,000, holy fuck, okay, he actually has a lot more. Damn. I mean, okay, he has his original account and I don't, so how many bounties did I do season 0 to 5, I guess? Probably not 30k at all. So I don't think I will beat Norfi, even with both together. You have 24k, you quit in season 6. That's not bad. I never expected I would have a stream where we are comparing our number of bounties completed. Like that. But it's funny. Bounties in season 0 to 5 are just unique items. true, actually. Right, there was no cube. It was introduced in season 5 was cube introduced. So season 5 was already bounty action. But yeah, before that we did like the normal bounties. Until when, actually? We had like trials in the first few seasons and stuff, when you had like Nephilim Rift Key fragments. So you had to do bounties to get the Rift Key fragments, to run Nephilim Rifts, to get the Greater Rift Keys, to get into Greater Rifts. Like back then we had the keys to enter Nephilim Rifts. And this was actually also a big reason. But we only ran, I think we only ran like normal difficulty bounties, right? Like high difficulty was not a thing. Everyone just ran normal, I think. What, maybe T1? Yeah, that was kind of scuffed. Ignite on hardcore are scary. That's not that bad. You have a Templar, and if you death, like, you know, like a Meteor doesn't one-shot you actually. Can only two-shot you. If you press smoke screen all the time, just run circles. Best class in season 35. Just play the H. I just hold up some of these rings here. The secret strat trial high keys. Yeah, there were some pretty insane strats to get the high keys. I remember those. Like, it was more important to do well in the trial than it was to do well in the rift, which is kind of funny. Because upgrading a key was like borderline impossible. Upgrading a key like multiple times, you know, go back to back and actually complete the run successfully and stuff. Like, this didn't happen on like the pushing tiers, right? Because you're pushing and there's high RNG requirement. But then you had the trials and you had to try to get a high key there. And that actually mostly determined the end of season clears. Because, you know, even if you could like get like, I don't know, 5 keys on like tier 76 or something, then you were fucking god in season 3, I guess, or something. And then you run all 5 keys and one of them is probably a clear and you win. And maybe I also had like 177 key, but you failed it, so unlucky. But then you had 178 key, and maybe you clear that because you got lucky, and then you win. Like, yeah. Yeah, the trial system was quite something, man. And then they made Echo Nightmares and then put us back into the trial map here. Here we are, guys. It's honestly, it's not even a very different system. If you look at it, when you think about it, literally the fucking trial map. It's just that I don't get a key at the end. And there's meteors. And then they sold it to us as a new season. You have nearly the same amount of bounties as rifts. 7k, 7.5 rifts. Yeah, if this is like from like long ago, I mean, the thing is that bounties, you get them very fast, right? Bounties are very short, and you also get ×4 when you do it in party. So stacking up a lot of bounty completed is actually very easy. You know, a good bounty run in a good bounty party is like 5 minutes for 25 bounties. So per hour, you get 300 bounties completed at that pace. So in like 1 day of 10 hours blasting, you can get 3k. Which means in 20 days of 10 hours blasting with like a GG party, you can get the amount of bounties that I have. Just blast all day, every day for 3 weeks. Bounties. Log in. Who's in? And then you don't touch DP for a decade. I don't know. It was kind of an interesting ritual though, every season, you know. It was usually like Norfi and me. We were kind of like the core. And then we tried to fill the party with other people. And you know, we have like a 1 week in we would do like maybe 1 day of bounties or some shit. And like another week in we would do like another weekend of bounties, and then we just have like our 5k mods. And there was like this ritual of like just doing like this one full day bounty session, and then you just kind of get it over with, and suddenly you were fucking rich, you know, like there was something to it, to be honest. You know, hanging out in voice and whatever. And then also like the crafting session that followed up after that, of course, you know, because you kind of like did it all in one go, and then you also did the crafting. And they would share the results, and I don't know, like... Don't really have that anymore. Yeah, I wonder what Norfi is doing, actually. Like, he updated the guides and whatever, we had our meeting for tier list and stuff, and he's just not playing. Feels bad. Remember 24-hour boxes. Holy man. I also remember the early seasons when Demon Hunter was just like never meta. And I would always just end up with like 2,000 greater keys on like day 3 or something. Because all I can do is just like blast T10 Nephilim Rifts. And then hope for the best. Oh god. Just Nephilim Rift session, 20 hours, let's go. Log in, dude. And then at some point I would make like a Z-Barb or some shit and start blasting with a team. The tip how to get fast task and Theo. You can upgrade rare gloves or gamble glove. Okay guys, let's try this cookie here. Sponsored by Nini.
Fortune favors. That'll look nice on you. I can't carry any more.
Und Prinzenrolle. This is a, you know, we're on carnivore diet right now. This is a gluten-free, sugar-free cookie. And it tastes like that too. but it's a cookie. So. He's throwing a few challenge rifts. Wait, it's a new one now, right? You can do it in party, by the way. Even if you're in SSF, you can do a party challenge rift, so maybe you can just team up with someone. E4, Peto. Yeah, someone said like hardcore Echo Nightmare is scary and stuff. If you want to have an easy time, just play Wizard in here. Funny enough, Wizard is the worst hardcore class, but in Echo Nightmares it's OP. That's because of shields. Like in Meteors, I think they always do 80% of your HP as damage. And I'm not sure about the Molten Explosions, if they do like 100. Or if you can also survive one. They poke you. But when you have shields, they don't. So if you just like have a lot of shield generation as a wizard, it's actually very chill in here. Just kind of tank stuff. Yo. Hi, Barb. It's alright. Hello, guys. Necromancer, pizza. Nice, Dynamite. Or is it like is it like a Rowan Barb? Yeah, it might rely on hitting enemies to get Fury. Or is it like a DH? What is it? Yeah, you can also just like play any, like, you don't have to play a wizard to do Echo Nightmares, but the shield stuff is legit. So when you play a wizard, just like get all the shields, you're chilling. But you can also get shields in other classes. You can do Molten Wildebeest, you can do St. Archers. On any class, basically. And I mean, you don't have to do much, right? You just have to get to wave 100, click all the shrines. Like Corny alone will just like carry you to 125. And that's it. Like you just run circles. Can you make a video how I start every season with my own tricks? I mean, I have the max throw leveling guide you can check out. I want to expand it a little bit actually, to include some like post leveling stuff. Almost done with the Echo Nightmares.
My pack is full. Fortune favor you, Sam. overburdened.
You can also check out the Hades Gift guide. There's like a separate article for Hades Gift GR20 when to get the 6-piece. But yeah, I guess a lot of people might be a little bit lost once they finish leveling and then they have to get to GR20, and in between they might struggle a bit. Although, I mean, I do design the Hades Gift sets, the Hades Gift like setups, to be very minimalistic. It's basically just yellows and a 4-piece set. And you can do that GR20 with basically any set on any class like that. It's just like more or less of a struggle. And once you have a 6-piece, you're kinda chilling. A lot of people are kind of like lost anyway in that little middle section basically between getting the set and leveling.
Fortune see you soon. My pack is full.
Safe change rate is better to sell or salvage. In D3 you don't care about gold, so you don't sell items. The SSF Paragons goes to, like, there's no SSF non-season, so it goes to like whatever non-season you are, softcore, hardcore. they don't do any patches anymore, these things. It's only rotating season themes. See you Blue Days. Tomorrow, I guess. Good night. I'm actually also leaving soon, I just realized, so we're probably not gonna do a push after all. Gonna spend too much time farming. But I have a little meeting in 15 minutes, actually. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna complete a push until then. Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow we're gonna do action. So I guess we finish our 5 runs. It's actually perfect. Actually, I was kind of stonks up. I got 27 petrified screens and 200 paragons, horsing around a little bit. That was not bad. Tawasha Bazooka. Tawasha is not Bazooka. Bazooka is the Archon version. Both, okay. That's a true Meteor enjoyer. And D3 has been pretty fun this season so far. Why is it called Bazooka? Yeah, the name is not that fitting anymore. But back when the build was originally made, that was a long time ago. That was like some theory craft, mostly of SVR. And I mean, there was like some discussion about Wizard, I don't know when that was, like season 8 or some shit. Long time ago. It's like Rob, SVR, and me or something. And then SVR kind of like did the cooking. And out came the Star Pact Reverse Archon Meteor Wizard. And it was called Bazooka because it drop 1 bomb every 32 seconds with the Archon stacks. And back then they were like multiplicative. I think this was probably still in that time, I'm not sure. But basically had like this ridiculous damage buff from having the overlapping Archon stacks, basically. So you have the previous Archon stacks that, you know, they stay on you for 20 seconds, and then you go into the next Archon with the meteor falling, and you jump into like an Oculus ring, and then kaboom, and the entire screen explodes from that one star pack. So that's basically what it was. And then you combine this with like a Z-Barb that pixel everything together, like like 4 leads, like boom, like that was some good shit actually. These days it has the meteor shower, and it's like a bit more spammy and stuff, so it's not really the bazooka anymore. But they still have kind of the same idea with bazooka, with the reverse Archon and overlapping Archon stacks and so on. Now, you're right, it was also extremely difficult to play. So yeah, a lot of people actually macroed the rotation, because you had to do... there was also the Wave of Force. Wave of Force has a rune where your next arcane skill does 4% more damage per enemy that you hit. So if you had like a stack of like 80 enemies, you would get like a ×5 multi from that. So you do this, and like you have to like stack up the passive as well, where you cast like 5 signature spells or something. So you did like that in that order, and then you did the Wave of Force follow up, and I think then you did like the last generator cast or something, and then you dropped the meteor, and then you pressed Archon, and then you teleport into the Oculus ring, and then kaboom, yeah, something like that. So it was pretty incredible actually, and a very cool meta actually. Like this was really like group play at its peak, I think. And them's bugged. No, but maybe a follower is dead. I mean, it can happen very rarely. Like the one in 5,000 shrines you click doesn't have a pack or something, but probably just a follower being dead. Is it possible not put items, gems, and gems in the inventory when changing specs? I don't know what you're asking exactly. It sounds pretty complex. Bazooka has been intimidating. Yeah, I mean, it's not really part of the group meta anymore, so it's mostly like a solo build, and yeah, for solo it's still a very viable, like, high tier push option, the bazooka stuff. But yeah, it's like, it's something if you want a challenge. It's a very strong build, but it's challenging. Because of the timing and, how to stay alive, how to get the buffs up, and so on. I mean, it's not like as complicated anymore with like the rotation of pressing the right buttons all in the right order and stuff, but you have other things to worry about in solo, right? You have to like survive, you have to make pulls while doing your rotations and so on. But it's a very fun and satisfying build. Just Archon Meteor, basically very spam. Yeah, it's like more spam now, and it's not like this, double Archon overlap and kaboom kind of playstyle. You just kind of get the reverse Archon stacks and go, for the most part, I think. And there's still like the one burst they can do, I guess, when you go into Archon again, right? But you do most of the damage just spamming, I guess. Not a Barb then. That's correct. Okay, last run. A lot of gems got in the inventory instead of stash. And yeah, this is probably because the items are still socketed somewhere else or so. I'm not sure exactly, Godo. It's just like how the armory works. Yeah, wait more. All night in the age, 4-man meta. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay guys, I'm gonna raid someone. I need to go. So we do... I'll be here in the morning until evening. We also have some special stream tomorrow. At the end. Fun little event you're gonna see. With Wizard of Legend 2. And a bunch of PoE boys. For max roll, it's gonna be fun. And we're gonna do a bunch of pushing tomorrow. Oh my god. Kaboom. Dispelling Frenzy Barb. Yeah, you should not play Frenzy Barb in Making Nightmares. I'm not sure what you're trying to do. Like, you can't even activate your double damage multiplier, right? Because you can't CC these guys. Oh boy. Okay, we are kind of decked out here on augments. That's very good. We have like 30 augments now. Very nice. Alright. I'm just gonna wait Baskinator, how about that? They're doing Witch Doctor. So enjoy guys, and see you tomorrow.